Hello. What's up, gamers? How goes it? How goes it? How has everything been on your lovely, what's today? Oh god, what's today? Your lovely Tuesday. How has it been? How has it been? Hope everybody's had a good day today. My day was... it was okay. I've got such a busy week ahead of me. I mean, I guess the busy week has already started, but... Like, today is my Friday, but tomorrow I'm doing stuff, and then the day after I'm doing stuff, and... You sound tired? I am very tired. I won't have, like... I don't, every day for the next, like, 3 or 4 weeks, I have every single day I'm doing something, I'm scheduled for something. It's either, like, organization meetings, or RCA meetings, or I'm hosting, like, a party, a little wine tasting. I'm taking a trip along all of the 1 before the 2 opens in celebration. Those are all my weekends. All of my weekends are booked. All my weekdays I'm at work. You know? It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. Ooh. But how's it been? Hope everybody's been doing good. A lot of business. Lots of business. I went down to the business factory and they gave me some business. Alright, let's see. We are at Schnorr's office. We have looted all of Schnorr of his things. We are trying to read his books for gore. We did the folk. We have to do all 3 of these books. It's 21:23. I don't think we're supposed to be doing anything tonight. We've already turned in our Yarnal. So I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read, folks. I get home. Oh, hey, Glacier. You still... Okay, you're Brandon, but you changed it to Glacier. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I'll call you Glacier. A Blind Manifesto by Hedonists. The book. Oh, fuck. It's the book. It's not just any book. It's the book. The book. Always listen to your hungry stomach, it says with big, ugly letters on the first page. You should listen to the book and the stomach. A wonderful manual. Same as always, the book begins with a tirade about property ownership, then on the 5th page you find a diagram showing how to ritualistically summon a demon. Oh. It's incorrect, however, on purpose, supposedly. The rest is a series of extreme essays on the topics of hedonism, rejection of statehood, free association, maximizing sensation, direct democracy, and reciprocal exchange. It paints up an image of an ideal world where all can live without strife simply through the cooperation and love of all things. Made illegal in many cities after its release in 466 AE, this rambling text has survived for one reason or another. Interesting. Hedonism, a rejection of statehood. Look at the chapter on free love. You flip to pages 52. You remember it well. It has pictures. Tiny scribbling, something akin to stick figures, positioned in various enwrapped unities. You remember the words well. The guide on how to make ultimate sensations of flesh. Kinda hot, in a sad way. Close the book. Reading the filth like this will only darken your mind. Put the book away. The Hedonists are back on the shelf. Hedonists is an infamous group of activists and anarchists spawned towards the end of the Coast War. They stand for something, probably. Mostly they're known for inciting riots and playing with demonic forces. Hedonists is an anarchist movement spawned toward the end of the Coast War. They dealt with abyssal forces and somehow published The Hedonists, an instructional booklet that made its way across the coast. Oh, I see. So you can be an anarchist, anarchist Cthulhu worshipper in this game. That's pretty funny. Next run for sure. Memoirs of a Statesman by Nicholas Darrow. Oh. This should be good. I like this. The first few pages are devoted to a rambling text about the history of governing. From ancient texts, from various beasts of yore to gods of the divine area to several arcanist figures. Darrow then smoothly moves on to conflate their accomplishments with his own. That's pretty funny. Especially since he also includes an explanation of his lineage, that he is a direct firstborn grandson of Borgodero, the first paladin of Earth. It is not so subtle. It doesn't sound like it. The many pages go on to describe both practical, but mostly theoretical methods a statesman should use when dealing with the populace, the bureaucracy, and the ideologies of modern life. You haven't read this before. Luckily, you don't have time to do so now either. Generally, the book has a rather rough tone about democracy. A quote you've heard before from this book pops towards the end. Those who believe in democracy have a wonderful view of folk, to think them capable of making rational and informed decisions devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct. From what you remember, it caused quite the stir when it came out 2 years ago. You recall a rumor about Shield Lord Yarn having hated this book so much during its printing that he personally brought 200 copies only to burn them in the garden. Shield Lord is the magistrate handling industry, armory, city defense, mining, and refining, as well as resource allocation currently held by Eric Jarn in Northwall District. Jarn is the original Earthfolk houses to found Norvik with Earth, a small house, but one of the richest. Used to be Jarn, but they changed it to move away from the Dwarven influence. I love a good RPG. I love these kinds of RPGs so much, dude. It's probably not true. Probably. Put the book away. You do so. The Dark Book of Shadow by the Shadow Lord. You pick up the black-covered tome. A faint tingle goes through your gloved hand. That's the most evil book I've ever seen. How'd they even get the cover to be that black? It's like the Void. Thickened graphene. That is how they create the darkness on the cover. A memory lingers in this tome. If you open it, you shall recall. Open it despite its evil nature. The text is not dangerous. The pages show but a holy scripture of the Shadow Lord's lost religion, one of eternal servitude and the search for life in death. However, you remember it well. This was the first book you were ordered to study, as punishment for your idiotic behavior at the towers. Right. Between 9 and 200, what number comes to mind? 109. You remember. Your first journey towards the Esoteric. I shall recall. +6, dude. Wow, look at me. How liberating it was to know beyond any doubt how much greatness hid within your mind. Blurred faces, hushed whispers. A crowd of thoughtful peers, each snickering about your hand. A raised hand among a crowd of sheep. Patriarch, it's not just a religious text. They stare at you. It's a spell book. Those were the words. Oh, how they laughed. He asked you to prove yourself, so you did. I went up to the Patriarch, I took the Book of Shadow. Yes? And then yes? Memorized Detect Alignment. You memorized it on the spot, then you cast that ancient spell once used by the Death Knights of the Shadow Lord to subjugate and control the minds of his people. A spell that is, despite its first level, not learned by most clerics until they grasp the intricacies of higher tier casting. Everyone was left stunned by your excellence. To not only master such a spell, but to do it in seconds instead of days. That moment, it was yours. From that moment, you marked your place at the towers as the greatest spellcaster, the greatest talent among them all. However, as always, the weak fear the strong. That moment also began your ostracization. You would never be among them, never have peers, none would see you in any way as a brother or a comrade. I would be a leader, I would be an enemy, I would be an obstacle, I would be their end. I would be a leader. You are, and you shall continue to be. Gasp for air. Your vision is blurry. It is filled by the pages of that book. It's a good one, despite its religious fervor. As many say, the Shadow Lord was as much an early arcanist as he was the greatest of the walking gods. Oh, what a good read. I'm done here. Alright, Snell. Wake up, brother. He's true neutral. Oh, I got a perfect roll on him. So good. So good. I forgot I got a nat 20 on him. I forgore. Piss 4. Excuse me. You take a step into the cramped office, standing in front of a sleeping halfling. This is a scholar. 109. Pants are not made of ants, despite popular belief. What the heck? Excuse me. P-ants? Curse the gods. Go investigate his book collection before waking the lazy halfling. Good forenoon, citizen. Hello? Oh, he moans and slowly opens his bushy eyes. His confused gaze focuses on you. Life is pain. I glare at him. Terrible, terrible pain. Oh, he mutters and rubs his face. The wrinkles fold over one another like waves on a storied sea. Are you? He looks at you with his weary expression, then he rubs his nose and sniffs twice. Are you here for the invoice? A quick glance to Snell. His words come out in a typical Fordnip accent. No. No? No. No. Oh. Oh? No. What? The invoice. Should I have an invoice? No. No? No? Oh. Oh, hold on. I've already paid that invoice. You're here for something different. He leans in, facing Snell. I hope Queen Goblin has no quarrel with this old scholar. He holds up a palm. Nah, we're here on city business. I've got some questions about the tea shop. I've been exploring random buildings and yours was unlocked. That's not... So you are a trespasser of benevolent intent. I guess that's not too far off. Curiosity is absolutely vital for keeping the old brain in motion, so I commend you, cleric. And you as well, my goblin friend. He looks around grunting. Can I get either of you some fucking water, or... He wields swear words like coastal winds. That's a weird way to wield a swear word. A very funny way, too, though. You like this guy. He's like a rabid dog without the biting. So far. The halfling is wild, in a fun way. No thank you, your companion replies very quickly. You're a scholar Applebent, right? Me? Yes. I am Snore Applebent, he says and bows, his head in the chair, scholar of Fordnip University, in dedicated service to the progress of AIS. AIS is short for Alignment Intent Studies. It's a very specialized field of study that focuses on the esoteric effects of alignment, its practical uses, and the various ways to interact with it. Alright, but what exactly do you do? Many things. Primarily, my expertise lands on the topic of alignment, and its many historical and contemporary applications. Some bullshit, I will tell you. Damn. These days, I mostly deal with other forms of study. Specifically, I run this office here on the experimental technique of psychoanalysis. Oh god. Ah, yes. He's a scholar of civics. Modern psychoanalysis is an offshoot of his methods. The civics method. You read! A wonder of the clerical trade. It is a form of mind healing, as they call it. I'll be one to call it support instead. It is essentially the idea that the mental present is shaped by the mental past, and that through dialogue, our unreleased unconscious ghosts can be vanquished. An exorcism? Almost. While the ghosts are metaphorical, it is really not that different from the expulsion of a necrotic possession. A Regian friend of mine once told me this joke, and I apologize if it's too vulgar for your taste, but... He sputters out the words through little chortles. I'm listening to the vulgar joke. Right. A cleric, an arcanist, and a rogue delve into the lair of a succubus. The fiend defeats all three men, throwing them into her dungeon. But she grows to fancy them, so she offers them a choice. For each man who can successfully satisfy her, she will let that man go. Otherwise, he speaks with little fits of laughter in between, she ends them, so to say. You actually haven't heard this one. Not along. So, the three adventurers debate in which order to go. Eventually, the rogue and the arcanist decide the cleric should go first, as he is a virgin and will be least likely to increase her standards. Your goblin companion rubs his eyes as he listens to the joke. The cleric, being divine and so on, prays to his god and goes to the fiend's bedchambers. He comes out 10 minutes later, completely unharmed, and gives a thumbs up to his two friends who, of course, both feel a great sense of relief. The arcanist goes in next, confident and arrogant. If the cleric could do it, the fiend must be easy. Within minutes, his bones roll out of the bedchamber entrance, the man having been incinerated by hellish flames. The rogue is horrified, but realizes, obviously the arcanist overestimated his abilities, so he carefully enters the bedchamber, ready to put every ounce of his effort into it. Less than a minute later, screams erupt from the bedchamber and the rogue's lifeless corpse falls out of the entrance. The cleric prays for the souls of his comrades and gathers their remains for burial. The succubus steps out, smoking a cigarette. She tells the cleric, "My, your friends were truly terrible. They were just fumbling about down there. At least you managed to touch it a little." To which the cleric responds, "You are truly an awful creature, and I will pray for your presence to be exorcised from this plane of existence every day until the day I die." Then, before he walks away, the cleric also adds, "Oh, but I did heal that horrible wound you had between your legs. Hopefully that makes you less evil in the future." Get it? Get it? Get it? The goblin lets out a slight gust of wind through his nose. Funny. The halfling chortles loudly. My kind of humor, you might say. In short, you can view the succubus as an evil in the world which religious fervor would pray to repair. However, such reparation could often lead to a not-so-optimal path. He keeps on laughing. Or, most simply, you could say it's a basic allegory for alignment itself. The cleric meant well for all its intents, but his actions cost the lives of both his comrades. Is that evil, or is it good, and so on? Either way, psychoanalysis, yes. That's what we were talking about. Crowd laughter.sfx. It's about your feelings, thoughts, memories, choices you've made, things that have happened to you. They can bog you down, so to say, and the goal in my clinical practice is to root that out in my patients' minds and help make them aware of repressed negative baggage, if you will. So one can move forward more speedily. Sounds like removing a curse of the mind. In a metaphorical sense, yes. But it's not the only thing I work on here. I'm currently exploring the dream of animus. I'm getting the full Rue Valley. If Rue Valley was so good, where's Rue Valley 2? Here it is. That's something to do with masculinity and femininity, based on Civitic's ideas. A dream of man and woman. What a pervert. You like this guy. Sounds interesting. It is! Beyond that, I also focus a lot on my own unverified theories. He slaps his knees and grins. The folk spirit, have you heard of it? It's something he made up. Doesn't mean it's not correct, though. No, I've not. Understandable, it's not yet published. The folk spirit is the working title for my new theses. Most of it is, if you excuse my anarin, fucking bullshit. But in short, it is about how each folk share a number of core communal archetypes, or myths. I've traveled about the coast to collect as many tales, writing down thousands of stories previously only passed down orally. All to see how well my theory holds up in the minds of so many folk. He clears his throat and leans back into his chair. Apologies, I'm ranting here. Let us put a stop to it. What do you want, cleric? A lot of this. Can you give me some mind healing? Of course! I am, however, a bit swamped in work right now. I will get you a book slot. I have time after the election. You should come visit. Okay. Great. I've not yet had a chance to hold a dialogue with a cleric before. It will be interesting. Truth be told, I'm very overworked. I'm struggling with a certain topic. He makes a noise that might once have been a cough. The old man is frustrated. He's trying to avoid even thinking about it. What? I'm focusing on a specific idea of Civitics. The idea of two opposite faces of your ego, masculine and feminine. But I just can't seem to get past a certain obstacle. Explain. You see, there's a work called the Book of the Mind. It is, in my opinion, Civitics' masterpiece in the figurative sense. Figurative? Indeed. What does that mean? Just a nod. There's a rare edition of this book, which contains a rumored so-called final foreword from Civitics himself. In this foreword, he apparently reveals a revelation about his categorization of the psyche, specifically on the topic of gender. Truly eldritch knowledge. Might be nothing, but it might be highly interesting to get my grubby hands on it. He leans in and whispers, and more importantly, it would bring me great pleasure to know how much Civitics would be spinning in whatever Thazanian mass grave he's buried in if he knew a halfling like myself was pioneering in his footsteps. Oh, pebbles originally came from bigger rocks that decided to be an independent entity. Yeah, they just do that? They do, Graham. They do just do that. That is true. You want to develop his ideas further? Yes, that is the idea. Schnurr leans back in his chair. This final 6th edition of the book, it was only printed in 10 copies. The publisher then hiked up the price in order to sell it to the collectors. These collectors have then spent the last 3 decades using these copies as a form of an investment, making sure to keep the content of that forward a tightly guarded secret. Reading is boring. How terrible. A scholar's word should be freely available. Nothing is ever free, even if it is free. So what, you want me to find this rare book? He nods. I drank a bit too much the other night, and in my desperation, I paid a diviner to cast Locate Object for me. A 2nd-level divination spell allows the caster to know the location and movement of a familiar object within 1,000 feet. It is common for scammers to pretend to cast this and find nothing. I didn't expect anything, and it was very expensive. However, she finally found it. A copy of the 6th edition of The Mind is here, very close to Waterlane View. And she even told me the exact direction. He points to the floor. About 40 meters straight down. Meters is a way of measuring distances, invented by an arcanist named Uplind Hagen Shags. Today, it's only used in scholarly circles. It's in the city below. Exactly. You trust this diviner? Well, trust might be a bit of a strong word, but she was connected to the Free Striders, and while they are ruthless capitalists, they would not keep a scam artist around. Or, if they did, it would be very funny, of course. What was the name of the diviner? Lisa, I believe? He sniffs. She used to have a hut on top of the Free Strider building. It wandered away, I think. Wandered? He makes a little walking motion with his fingers. Scootalooed, as they say. That's very strange. An esoteric house? She seemed kinda... I hope she stops working for those fucking parasites. This sounds like a quest. Sure. Why not? So many side quests, Snell mutters to himself. Delve into the dungeon's tunnel below and get me that book. Don't get yourself killed, and in exchange I will, Well, what the fuck kind of reward do you want? I don't know, do you have a magic item or something? I have books in droves. You know what? He says and snaps his fingers. The book itself. It's expensive and probably magical in some sense. Get me the book, let me take a look at that forward, and you can keep the book afterwards. That's still a quest, right? So you can't offer me something else, too? What, you want a hug? I suppose I can offer some guidance in understanding the book as well, if you let me make a copy of that forward real quick. This quest will be completed. Huzzah! Please don't huzzah. Huzzah. I'm not an expert in what kind of weird shit is down there, but the city below is dangerous, so don't wander blindly. Good luck, cleric. Oh, I gotta talk this guy's ear off. I want to inquire about this folk spirit. Imagine, if you will, the origin of our stories. All stories? Yes, all of them. As sentient folk, we clearly have these base ability to come up with random ideas and turn them into emotionally resonant tales. Tales that explore the condition of life itself and make us feel many things. But an interesting thing happens if one were to study the core parts of these stories. That even if we look at stories crafted in entirely different bands, separate isolated tribes, or even in worlds outside Jor itself, there's overlap. Humans who live in the remote mountains of Yim have the same repeated tropes in their foundational myths as humans in Reeds. Same for halflings. The Stormbloods of Kargamesh have the same variations as my people in Fordnip, despite being separated in esoteric evolution by at least 10 millennia. Oh, excuse me. It's as if every folk is haunted by a spirit, like an unconscious collective dream of concepts and ideas that follow us. Even when those separate folk originate from entirely different worlds, could you imagine? Two folk arrive through two separate gates of Jor. They are alien to one another, culturally, spiritually, biologically. Yet they share those core myths. That is what I am studying. Don't let him rant anymore, please. That's very interesting. Isn't it? Most importantly, it's provable. It's like a type of collective unconscious spread across each folk type. It's a type of collective consciousness. A very fancy way to phrase it. I would say if all sentient folk shared these same core traits, it would be exactly that. I do look for that. The possibility of distilling not the core myths of each folk, but all sentience. It would not surprise me if there was another layer to this puzzle. How is it provable? Reproducibility analysis. Cultures and folk who had no contact with one another, even originating from different worlds, both have the same core myths. Narrative traits, archetypes, repeated tropes. It's the same method used when uncovering ancient dead languages, using common denominators to narrow down similarities and differences. He adjusts his mustache. Now, there hasn't been that much reproducibility yet from my peers. I'm still working on getting other scholars in on this topic. Is there a folk spirit that's better than the others? Better means nothing. There's so much weight put onto making one greater in some perspective than others, and it's just a ridiculous game of dick swinging. Of course, I also hate this horrid idea that every culture is amazing and wonderful and, you know, everyone is holding hands and dancing together. No. Every culture is equally terrible. But they are all specialized. These symbols we produce are clothed in meaning based on lived experience. A human living in the frozen tundra will derive and require much different practical uses of these core myths than a man living in the harsh desert. Yet each folk type has its own fundamental traits that these symbols represent. Interesting. It's a lot of junk with some nuggets of gold, that much I will say. What happens when two folk types merge? Ah! Yes! He lifts a finger. No fucking clue! It is even harder to pinpoint due to the nature of merging cultures. In cases like humans and dwarves here in Norvik, there's more data, but not enough to say anything of note. Hello, Fox. But it seems to me like the folk spirit remains pure, in a sense, in one direction or the other. For example, humans can obviously reproduce with dwarves, but the offspring is always, aesthetically and biologically speaking, very human, which does not make sense, biologically. We are, scientifically speaking, different species. Dogs do not breed with cats, do they? The same effect can be seen in most functional folk mixed breeding. Logically, it should not be. Evolutionary adaptation dictates the creation of a mixture, not a one-sided creature. So it is theorized to be some type of powerful esoteric effect that allows this reproduction to take place. In the scholarly community, we call it the Oso effect, one-sided offspring. Short for one-sided offspring effect. So one side is always dominant. Not biologically speaking, but esoterically? Yes, objectively so. There's a list of this hierarchy in some textbooks, but it's pretty taboo topics, as you might imagine. Doesn't that mean that the dwarves would eventually stop existing in Norvik and just become human? That is a good question. If two people live alongside one another for a long enough time, they could reproduce with one another equally, but the offspring are all aesthetically human, then yes. Eventually there would only be one people, and it would be a people who look human. However, there is a big factor in charge here. That is the elusive and enticing topic of mating preference. There's not much proven data I can point to, but if you allow me to speculate, then I would say only a minority of the population of any tribe will ever have a strict preference for the mating outside of that tribe. Without a basic assumption like that, I do not believe the tribe itself would remain intact enough for civilization to emerge. So, in the case of dwarves and Norvik, I do not believe the two tribes can ever truly merge. Cooperate? Yeah. Cohabitate? Of course. Even mingle and date and crossbreed? Absolutely. Why not? But merge? Nah, impossible. Of course, this assumption ignores the Oso effect, so it feels a bit crackpotty. Take it as you wish. And you think the folk spirit follows the one-sided offspring? Maybe. I've not done enough work to say anything for sure. Nor have I been peer-reviewed. Nor am I a very sane or stable individual. He grins. I think I get it. The goblin crosses his arms, ready to hear your comment. The halfling scholar leans back in his chair. I think your theory needs a lot of work. He nods to you. That it does. He sniffs. Thank you for listening to my rant, cleric. You as well, my goblin friend. You're welcome? So, you're an expert. This is gonna take the entire stream. Very good, dude. You're an expert in alignment, huh? Somewhat. I wrote my masterpiece on the subject. That should account for somewhat of an understanding on the subject, but not enough. Never enough. It sniffs. Can you change your alignment? Of course, any creature is capable of leaning in the axis depending on their day-to-day actions. Who decides what's what? You mean the parameters of good and evil? Yeah. Many have asked that question. Look, like all things, it's messy. Let's say you're lawful evil. Okay. You find that being labeled as evil is bad for your business or your work prospects, as one might, so you choose to donate a large sum of money to a charity that will inevitably help thousands. You might even save some lives with those spent coins. In this case, you've performed an objectively good, selfless action, for evil, selfish reasons. So what happens next? He points at you. Nothing. Ah. You remain lawful evil. But let's change the parameters. Instead, you are a lawful evil man who genuinely wishes to repent, to pay for the many evil things you've done in your life before. If this man performs a selfless action with the intention of selflessness, then all of a sudden, it will begin to shift in alignment. So intention is all that matters? Yes. This effect has obviously been studied for centuries. It's aptly named Alignment Intent Studies. I personally received my scholarship through studying delusional intent. We gather a large sum of very mentally unwell people, mostly from local prisons and post-war reads, who truly believe in a very different worldview than most others. For example, this one man was certain that he had killed his fellow man, or the world would end, one murder a week. Damn, an extreme delusion. However, any detection spell showed him to be neutral good, and he felt terrible about all the murders he'd committed. He was not selfish. In fact, he was more selfless than most, willing to perform acts that horrified him in order to save us all. The objective outcome of his actions mattered not, no more than the outcomes of the actions of a person under a charm spell. What the fuck? How do you end up in your alignment to begin with? Are you born with it? No. All creatures are born true neutral, and all reported metrics show babies are unable to perform alignment shifts until the age of about 3 to 7, depending on the folk. But interestingly enough, it's shown that most people will only perform 1 or 2 alignment shifts in their entire lifetime. He scratches his cheek and sniffs a couple of times, during adolescence. After that, less than a tenth of folk will ever shift again. But it's fairly substantially verified data as well, so essentially, despite having free will, folk will always lean towards their natural behavior over time. Are we slaves to our nature? On broad scales, when looking at the data, yeah. But it was Sidovix who wrote, "There is no honor in branding a naturally selfless man as good. There is all honor in a selfish monster receiving the same title." Remember that. What's the difference between alignment and personality? Not too much correlation on paper. Studies on personality show that there is overlap. Conscientious folk tend to be more lawful. Neurotic and open folk tend to be more good, to a minor degree, but we're talking about still unverified, very minor correlations. So you can will yourself into changing your alignment? In theory, yeah. What if you're not smart enough to understand your actions? That's what we call the sentience line. It's not exact. Animals, for example, are true neutral by default. Any that is not a pure beast, but rather affected by esoteric forces on some level. That's the theory, at least. But imagine a man who loses enough of his mental faculties to be considered a beast, no longer living in a world of good or evil. Let's say he was chaotic good beforehand. What happens to his alignment? Does he suddenly turn true neutral? Is he stuck in chaotic good, or does he somehow slide towards true neutral? Because that's another thing. There is no known way to perform a neutral action. All actions are either some level of selfish, selfless, lawful, or chaotic, on a wide spectrum. But you can never just move towards the center. It's just not allowed. This might take half the stream to read. We are only on the second question, and it's been 30 minutes already. It's so wonderful. It's wonderful! Does this mean everything I do is branded as good, evil, chaotic, or lawful? Even this that I'm saying right now? In some small sense, yeah. The very act of speaking, no matter what you say, will always give you very, very small points in any direction. Although, could you imagine trying to keep track of it all? It would be insane. So no person would ever go to such lengths, so no need to keep track of stuff like that. It will only drive you mad. Well, I made my decision. You? I'm sorry? Oh. I want to be chaotic neutral. That's not how it works, cleric. You'd have to be incredibly deluded, and I mean an absolute living in your own world mentally unstable in order to simply decide what your alignment were and actually get an outcome from it. But I suppose it can't hurt. Good luck being... Sorry, what did you choose again? It was, yes? It makes more sense to focus on yourself, without being constricted by the rules. Chaotic, then? Perhaps chaotic evil? Maybe don't say that out loud, though. Lawful evil. Structure, with you on top, obviously. You're not gonna like it, but... the goal is to end up on top, right? Win every conversation? And you're not really moving along the axis of law, so... you're neutral evil. Though, seriously, whatever you do, do not tell that to the halfling. You should just opt out. I'm opting out. A truly horrific choice, he says and laughs. But to be clear, it's metaphysically impossible to make neutral choices. You will always lean some way in the axis, unless you lobotomize yourself or do nothing ever. The high-tier spell Feeble Mind could act as a makeshift lobotomization. Feeble Mind, an 8th level enchantment spell? Whoa! It deals a destructive psychic blow to the target's mind, leaving them in the demented state. In good cases, it can be reversed with a greater restoration spell. In bad cases, only a wish spell can do anything to bring back the target from the abyss. Restoration is a series of spells which cure various ailments. The most common are Lesser Restoration and Greater Restoration. They cure anything from blindness to tummy aches. Through their practical implementation from churches across the coast, most common health issues are eradicated. Lesser Restore is a 2nd level abjuration spell. It removes one affliction upon a target. Depending on the severity of it, the spell can remove various birth defects, cripplings, blindness, deafness, as well as minor diseases. Any place of healing across the coast employs the use of this spell. Greater Restoration is a 5th level abjuration spell. If done, it undoes one debilitating effect from a target. This can include things like petrification, long-term curses, or most types of major ailments or diseases. While harder to cast these days, it's still commonly employed by churches and places of healing across the coast. Of course, you really, really, really should not cast it on yourself. That would be idiotic. Feeble Mind, huh? A powerful spell. Only ever met one man who accidentally had it cast on him during a dungeoneering excursion into a cursed Arcanist tower. Good luck with that, cleric. What does good mean? What a question! I cannot offer a universal answer. That is impossible, of course. But from the data, there are a few ways distilling the essence of goodness. For example, the amount of good you are is directly correlated with the amount of time you spend inside your own mind, worrying about how much pain you've inflicted upon the world. This might be my kind of game. It's so fun. It's awful because everything that's been said up to this point in this game is, like, completely unreflective of reality. Especially the gender stuff. But it is its own world, and it is fun to explore, for sure. I'm having a great time with it. And of course, practically, it also means performing selfless actions. Performative sacrifices does entirely for the purpose of helping others. Instant goodness. How about evil? Most people would say they know it when they see it, but practically it means selfishness. For example, a person with a mental pathology that disallows compassion and empathy, making them naturally only hold care for no one but their own self. That is naturally an evil individual, but at the same time we're all basically evil, egotistical, disgusting creatures in the end, if push comes to shove, as they say. Since obviously all of us have a part that is focused more on our own survival rather than the survival of the foreign. Otherwise we would not be alive, in the evolutionary sense. Peak fantasy? What does chaotic mean? Now that can be difficult to parse sometimes. We've done many experiments to try to distill the exact meaning of it. It's difficult. Mainly because who decides what is law? Gods. Your local government? Village elder? No. What is chaos and order is universal. A law can be chaotic, as contradictory as it sounds, if its dictation brings chaos into the world. But generally, what we've found is that there are a few common rules that chaos follows. Breaking down structures, whether that is a building or a hierarchy of society. Lies, in fact. Any action that purposely goes against a known truth is considered chaotic. And of course, randomization. Rolling a dice is an inherently chaotic act, as is any form of gambling. That's actually one of the easier ways of measuring chaotic behavior. We used to go to the local gambling parlor. Good times. Lawful? Lawful actions can be difficult to perform. It's all about building. Crafting buildings for one, or hierarchies of structure, keeping families intact and orderly organizations. As well as following the truth. There have been many tyrannical lawful governments throughout the history that quickly succumb to chaos due to their warping of the truth itself. But then again, if you can convince people to enter another reality, if you will, where a lie is true, then all of a sudden the folk in that reality will be lawful, despite working and living in a lie. It can get very convoluted and fascinating. Who decides what any of this means? There are theories. Some say it's the gods, some say it's Jor himself who controls the parameters in this world of his. Some believe it's simply inscribed into the universe, an absolute law. What do you think? I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say it's something overlapping between worlds, mostly because I do not believe Jor, from all I've read, to be smart enough to make up a system as complicated as this one on his own. Does alignment matter? Not in any real way. It can be a tool, if you cannot read it properly. Seeing a man branded with chaotic evil means nothing. But if you learn, it can be used to understand folk better. You can statistically expect an evil person to act in their own interest, and you can expect a good person to act in the interest of others. A smart man can use this to his advantage, which is also an evil act, I believe. Funny how it goes. This might be Luigi II. He looks like a Ouija. Isn't it illegal to be evil? Might as well make it illegal to be sentient. Branding it as evil might be the core problem there. There were arcanists who created alternate naming conventions for alignments, altruism and egotism, for example, but it did not catch on, as they say. Everyone has to be evil sometimes. Imagine your family is starving alongside two other families who are also starving. The other families are smaller folk who need only half as much food. Would you feed your own family or sacrifice them to feed the other two families? I'd feed the other families. They've got bigger numbers, thus it's more good to do that. Numbers! Yes, the arcanists held a similar view. But what exactly is objectively considered in alignment terms in this scenario? Is it selfish to care for your own people before others? Has it more to do with the exact number of people who live or die, suffer or prosper, in a purely utilitarian perspective? These questions have all been asked before and have arguably been answered. From what we can see, especially looking at the data collected from horrendously unethical experiments performed by arcanist scholars, it's just about intention. If a man chooses to focus on his own family but feels really bad about the other starving families, then he will be more good than another man who does not think of the others suffering at all. The proximity rule states that emotional distance between yourself and the target determines the level of selfishness. If you sacrifice your life to protect your family, that's more selfish than if you sacrifice your life for a stranger. The latter is more good. The proximity rule is a rule of alignment. If an action is taken for the benefit of a target, then if said target is closer emotionally to you, it will result in a less good action. If a target is further away from you, such as a stranger performing selfless actions for them, will result in more goodness. So, in the end, a genuinely selfless person will always have a much easier time being branded with good than a naturally selfish one. He scratches his hairy eyebrows simultaneously. By the gods, I talk too much. Make me stop. That's all about alignment. Okay, good. He wipes some sweat off his brow. How does death and resurrection work with all this stuff? What do you mean exactly? Can death change your nature? A frown spreads across his face. Necromancers and old arcane-era traditions did much study on the topic. And yes, death and subsequent resurrection can function as a reset for the mind, in a way, but arguably no less than any other severe trauma. The data is hard to trust, however, so I will not say it for sure. There is much study due on the topic, and I'm no expert. Is there a soul? The fuck do I know? He laughs. Ghosts exit, of course, as do wraiths and other foul undead spirit things. Ghosts exist, rather, not exit, my bad. And there is much arcanist data on such things, like if a person is resurrected, their ghost ceases to be. That implies the ghost is the soul, right? But Speak with Dead does not. In fact, a ghost is technically able to ask questions, but Speak with Dead does not. In fact, a ghost is technically able to ask questions to its own corpse. Very surreal. Which implies the soul also leaves a conscious remnant of itself, which is able to be animated through magic. If a person is resurrected, even after very long periods of time, they will have no memory of their time as a free soul. Thus, there is evidence that the soul is not so much your personhood, that shit is all up in the brain from what we can see, but rather just some type of divine spark. Like a power source that wants to be one with the universe, or your god. The Lich is specifically a creature who consumes these so-called souls for their own gain, which is not very common. The Lich is an undead spellcaster of immense power, created and sustained by consuming the souls of mortals. They're capable of eternal life and terrifying esoteric might. Destruction of that magical spark is of course a horrid crime of metaphysical levels, since resurrection, rebirth, or unity with one's god is impossible at that point. But then again, back in the day, it used to be common for mortals to sell their souls to various devils or aberrations. Seems like there absolutely is a soul. So you're saying I should sell my soul? I suppose a more interesting question is to ask, do you even own your soul? Who are you in relation to your soul? Can one spontaneously resurrect? I've not heard of such a thing, but why not? Why don't you use magic in your mind healing? It doesn't work. Not the greatest arcanists could invent a spell capable of fixing mental unwellness. If you happen to find a cure mind spell, you would make a fucking fortune casting it on rich people around the coast. Although, just the thought of such magic gives me a sort of ontological nightmare. What does it mean to have a cured mind? Did Jor or some outside god at some point decide what constitutes a wound of the mind, in the same way suffering is used to heal wounds of the physical? Pain equals negativity. That is universal. The universal indicator of the negative. Yes, when you heal a person, magic itself targets the source of pain, as a sort of bullseye for reverting any harm, no matter the source or specific biology of the person. But what if one suffers from night terrors caused by some horrors of the past? Should a mind heal spell remove their ability to have night terrors? Or should it remove their traumatic source from your memory? Or simply lessen your mental ability of neuroticism? Could the latter lead to a society without neurotic people? Would that also dampen other fears? What would Jor consider to be a good level of negative thought? It sends my mind spinning. There's a reason why that spell does not exist then. Indeed. The halfling leans back in his chair. No, the mind requires another method. One I and many others are attempting to untangle. We will see if any of us are remotely successful in this brain bullshit. What is love? What is love, Dr. Applegate? Appledent. Love! He lets out a frustrated groan. Pure calamity. Deadly and destructive, its nature is perverted and foul, because it is complete surrender without idealization. To love is to accept, without proof or demands or conditions, this complete surrender to another. Ridiculously risky. This guy's more fucked up than you are. Do you know a lot about love? Sure I do. My wife would certainly attest to it, despite my horrid nature. And the familial love is close to my heart as well. My two boys are my most prized works. God bless you. Must be tiresome to have a wife and kids. It is certainly an interesting challenge, one very different from my normal scholarly duties, he says with a laugh. He does not wish to speak about this, not one bit. His personal life leaves a twinge of pain in the creases of his eyes every time he thinks of it. This scholar's got one hell of a messed up family then. Don't push it, he won't talk, nor is it interesting. So I shouldn't love? He shrugs. If you can, yeah, of course you should not take such a risky bet. Then he takes a breath, calming himself down for the punchline. Love is a completely unpredictable and dangerous encounter, and I have yet to meet a sentient folk which is not affected by it, not afflicted by it, and interestingly enough, I see no difference. It is universal. Elf love, halfling love, devil love. True love is always irrational. It is finding the perfect inside of the imperfect, and falling entirely into it, swallowed by it. Some folk might act it out in different ways, depending on their communal nature or biological urges, but if you're one of the few who do not need it, good, be happy. If you're not, then good luck, and may the gods bless your soul. Is my brain still on? I'm trying to process all this to see if I'm missing anything. My body's doing most of the experience work, and the time is ticking away, but... trying to see if there's any information I need to keep in lieu when I end up going down into the depths eventually. Where'd you say I should look for the book you needed? 120 feet. He then points to the floor straight down in the city below. That is where the diviner saw it. How it got there? Who knows? What do you know about the tea shop? The one that exploded. Oh, horrific. He gestures wildly towards the rocky wall. Shit started shaking. It was as if the red rock of Tolstad itself was cracking. For a half second or so. You were down here when it happened? Yeah. I think I was asleep, but the sound awoke me. Did you check it out? No. Someone told me later what it was like. I have work to do here. You hear anything about it? Rumors? You should not believe rumors, cleric. 1,020 cigarettes. Indeed. But yeah, I did hear some nasty stuff. Some people seem to think the owner did it himself since he's missing. Some others think the city did it since they printed a clear lie in the post. I've also heard people say the Ascalists are responsible since it was their hideout. Or that the Free Striders did it for the same reason, blowing up Ascalist opposition and so on. It's all bullshit, of course, don't believe any rumors. What do you think happened? Violent? He shrugs violently. Good. Who are you voting for in the election? I'm a filthy Ascalist. Good choice. It's an acceptable choice. The Green Banner has flown in a strange context here in this Republican wet dream of ours. Ascalism is supposed to be about abolishing the entire structure of hierarchy. That history is driven by economic struggles, specifically the clash between classes. Asgal's end goal is a classless, stateless society where everyone's equal. But looking at the Norvikian Ascalists, it's clear to me they long ago let this goal slip past. Look at them. They're all shaking hands with the establishment, trying to find a peaceful solution. We need a violent revolution. He frowns. Look, the hairy halfling mutters. Genuine change, true change, needs a truly revolutionary break with the existing order. There is no doubt about that. Incremental reforms, small changes within the capitalist system will always fail to address its fundamental contradictions and injustices. My time in Reeds made that clear to me. But always be wary of simplistic utopian vision. It is a path covered in corpses that lead such blind idealism. So I will vote for this social democratic compromise. This handshake with capital. Then I'll go home and piss myself and die, dreaming the next generation will have answers I do not. I hope the next generation votes for violent revolution, he grumbles. Do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment. Not because these truly fascist regimes do not warrant death, but because whatever force would be strong enough to dismantle them would be so powerful that we could never trust them to create a perfect realm without oppression. Not even Asgal could do that. And yes, even the revolutionary Free Striders are fascists in a deep sense. How do you think they got their start? Through the coin of those who profited in the great suffering of old Diminor, in the Coast War, in grinding the flesh of humanity. Free Striderism is filthy opportunism, not republicanism. They're just arcanist regimes with painted masks and slightly less horrific esoterical power in hand. Slightly. Free Striders are truly terrifying. Agreed. With a deep groan, he starts rubbing his hairy face. Workers, unite, and unionization, and guild power is all well and good, until it gets too loud. Make a bit too much noise, and the true powers quickly and efficiently drop this illusionary mask, facade, the esoteric spell that tricks us into thinking they care, or that they are in any way Fulcarian. So what about you, cleric? You're voting Ascalist? Yeah, they have my vote. Terrible to hear, but why not, right? He sniffs. Now, for something else, before I start ranting about the suffragette movement, your companion glances at you. No, please. I really, really want to know what you think about the suffragettes. The halfling wags a finger at you. You're a brave man, cleric. Thanks, wink at him. Stop doing that. He can't even see it. When the first talks of an election began, it was late Arcane Era? About 30 years ago, in those early days, the suffragettes were mostly dwarven women. They had the backing of a few hardcore universal Ascalist sects that had remained since the Great Project concluded. The Great Project was a period of 12 years where a mass of dwarves immigrated to the newly reconquered and founded Norvik to be employed in the construction of the city. Is this one of my favorite characters? I love him. I love how much he talks. He is... I mean, yeah, he and I pretty much have an almost similar position on Revolution. Maybe a slight difference, you know, but he's got the spirit. I wonder what he has to say about the suffragette movement. But when Earth died, and talks of an election grew loud, the dwarven women had a hard time getting through, both because of the less progressive Asgalists and, of course, the traditional cultural practices of the Earth folk. So the movement didn't kick into gear properly until, of course, human women decided to join. I like those. Go on. Mind you, this was after almost 2 decades of dwarven women pushing for universal suffrage. Within just a few years, with the voice of angry, rich human women yelling and writing and protesting, the palace patriarchy gave in. That's the history lesson, but here's the part I'm fucking furious over. What? Those rich human women? Do you know what happened to them? He waves his hand. I'll tell you. Many of them are today fascists, can you imagine? I guess the problem with Appledent is the same problem I have with everybody. Well, I guess the problem I had with myself for so long. I guess the problem I have... Not really a problem. I guess it's that... The revolutionary pessimism. It has its place. Don't get me wrong. There is a place for revolutionary pessimism. I mean, I don't have the theoretics behind it, but I've heard of it. Hoping the next generation kicks off a revolution for you, is bad. No matter how old you get, you really shouldn't stop giving it a go, you know? I mean, he is right, you know, in the, you know, I'm groaning and I'm voting for the SocDems. Like, that is awful. It is awful. But Mr. Appledent here is relying just as much on the democratic process as the working class of Norvik. You know, he's like, it's the same thing. It's sort of like a less pessimistic and bashed version of the deserter in Disco Elysium. In Disco Elysium, you have like the communist deserter, who believes, I mean, the Martinez proletariat has like sold itself out to capitalism. And to that extent, you're right. But I mean, if you're a communist and you give up, that's it. That's it. There's nothing else. You know, the working class can give up. The working class gives up all the time. The working class is giving up now. I mean, I'm at the current moment, I'm covering a relationship, but right now, on Thursday, I'm giving a speech on the relationship between communists and trade unionists. You know, between the unions and communists, what the difference is, what their relationship together is. And here in America, private company union membership is only up 6%. It's only at 6%. That's it. That's all we got. That's all anybody here in America has. The working class does not have anything here in America. It's so completely shattered and broken. It's fucking awful. But I can't be a communist and give up on that, though, you know? I mean, it's a lot easier now for somebody to be a communist now because, I mean, capitalism has never shown its horrific, like, dropped mask as it has today. You can't go anywhere without seeing, like, the ugly face of capitalism. It's never been more blatant. So it's a lot easier for me to be like, hey, do you hate this fucking shit? You should be a communist, you know? And that's a lot easier for me. But that upswing won't always exist, you know? There's always going to be a downswing to it as well. You have like the post-war era where capitalism made a deal with the working class, where the bourgeois made the deal with the working class and gave them land and cheap housing and cheap credit. I mean, at the cost of the global south, you know? US might see the same fate as Rome, but I can't really blame you on that factor. Well, I mean, it is the third Rome, isn't it? I mean, we use eagle-based iconography. We have the same sort of sort of like class dynamic. We are like the global imperium and all that shit. And, but yeah, it's just at the current moment, the working class is just shattered. The working class is, like, shattered and makes a deal with capital. It's painful, it sucks, everything is bad, you know? And things are getting worse. But I don't think any, especially in history, I mean, outside maybe, like, the early burgeoning of the Soviet Union, I don't think any working class has been as conscious as it is now, and continues to do so. Mostly because of how easy it is to see how awful capitalism is. You know? Like, it isn't... I mean, you can see it. Like, the Grand Imperium itself is starting all these wars. You know, trade sucks. Everything is being moved to, like, the middling powers. Everything is bad. It's not offering a deal for anybody. Nobody is getting a deal out of this. You know, and that's you have this potential here. This yellow thread that you can follow that can bring people to a truly militant, class-conscious pushback against this system. So it's easy for me to just be like, well, yeah, of course I'm a communist, everything sucks. Mr. Appledent and Harry Dubois, they live in periods of the downswing, where capitalism is in its heyday, the production is good, if you could do barely any work and like buy a house and shit like that. Or in the case of like Harry Dubois in Martinez, everybody's just so fucking depressed and pessimistic that everything is just fucking shattered itself. The working class just has, you know, as the deserter said, the working class is just put down all their fucking weapons and is just accepting the fascists and the Bonapartists and the state as it is. And so it's easy for Mr. Appledent here and Harry Dubois to just be all like, well, I don't know, let's just make a handshake deal with capitalism right now. Because, and I mean, is it the correct course of action? I don't think so. The only thing that can get rid of a class dynamic is a revolution. It doesn't matter if it's communist or a bourgeois revolution. That's the only way that classes can be absolved like that. A violent revolution. Not completely violent, you know, by violent, I mean, some people will fight, of course, but most people won't. There's a lot of standing around, you know? But you can see where they're coming from. You can see where somebody like Appledent, you can see where somebody like the Deserter, you can see where somebody like Harry Dubois is coming from in their pessimism of the revolution and their acceptance of the state of affairs. Funny how fast this turned into Disco Elysium. Well... So it's culminant. You know, I mean, you don't really get to be born in the you don't really get to choose which time in history you get to be born. You don't get to choose a lot of stuff when you're born. You don't get to choose anything, really. But you work with what you have, and you know, if you are like an isolated communist surrounded by people who just can't give a fuck, you know, people who are so either bound and broken or having made a deal with capital to get their way, it's hard. It's tough to do anything. I mean, I'm surrounded by both. You know, I know what it's like to be around people who have been completely bought out by capital, and I know what it's like to be around people who would otherwise call themselves a communist just to completely give up on life, you know? And wrangling those two forces together to build a revolutionary party is the task, I suppose. Or at least class, I mean, at least trying to agitate class consciousness in the working class is like a fucking god. There's so many technologies that have thus been invented since the fucking industrial era that, like, sifting through it all has been such a fucking nightmare. Ignorant folks swayed by the US propaganda? Well, as Lenin teaches us, you should patiently explain to them. They run an incredible campaign in order to get the right to vote, to break their chains of oppression, piss off the tyrannical men, smash the patriarchy, and so on, all to throw their lot in with the very same traditional ideology. An ideology that clearly wants to, well, of course, just not have any voting going on at all, but specifically not allow women to vote. Maybe they realize the errors of their ways. What? The error of wanting to have a voice? What? The error of wanting to have a voice in society? A part of me thinks that has to do with some type of opportunism. These are women whose in times of the spotlight ended once they won the right to vote. Suddenly their entire platform of activism disappeared overnight. But even still, why nationalists? Perhaps there is some, if you don't mind me speculating wildly, some type of perverse psychosexual thing at play here. Or it is simply a question of class. It probably is. Yeah, probably. It probably is a question of class. They're mostly a group of rich people, and that would logically supersede their identity as women. If the rich human position in society is threatened, they have more to lose as a rich than as a woman. It's a complex topic, and I don't have enough fucking time to think about it, even though I want to desperately figure it out. But that's just something I'm fascinated by, you know? The halfling rants about things he's trying to understand. He's able to capture an audience that way, clearly. His points are somewhere close to coherent. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know, man. It has something to do with class, I would say. You're a halfling, right? Give me your thoughts on the clan land ordeal. Ordeal? He scratches his nose and looks up into the air. He repeats. My homeland is a shell of broken people. The clans in my kin, especially those stuck under occupation across the Golden Line. The geographic barrier and magical wall cutting the clan lands in two. The western side is under occupation of the Golden Horde. This fragile armistice is seen by many as not valid due to the constant guerrilla warfare by halflings stuck on the western side. Hey, Soviet. They are being systematically destroyed step by step as the Horde marches into Ascani land. I read about that. The Golden Horde claimed a part of Ascan. A big chunk, yeah. Then they put up their esoteric wall. He grunts. The Clanlands deal, this armistice, has seen by many as a practical solution since only 2 clans were left to be enslaved and integrated as Horde tributaries. He slams his hand to the side of the chair. It's a band-aid. Celestials view time in centuries while we see in decades at best. Thus, they can take one piece at a time with generational acceptance in between. It is the most clean method of genocide, one of radiant ghosts and insidious toxic love. What will happen to them? Tomorrow? Nothing. In a decade? Not much. Ford Nip will stand by the time I die in 30 or 40 years, but by the end of this new era, my homeland will surely be eradicated. That is my estimation. Do you live in the Clanlands? When the Golden Line was drawn? Yeah. It's not that interesting, but I was on the western side when it happened. There wasn't enough food to go around, so I pulled some strings to smuggle myself east. It's a whole story. I can't say much more. My clan, the Appledents, all live in Tipberry, so it's not some big personal tragedy on my part. It's more of a folkish destruction, a grander trauma, something generational, even if I was there to witness it. I imagine you would feel something similar about the Coast War. That's actually extremely interesting. You could write a book on that. I have. Can't get it published, though. No one wants to deal with legal threats from the Horde. That's terrible. Is there resistance in Fordnip? Of course, it's a whole damn mess. Ignoring the actual guerrilla resistance west of Line, there's been a massive rally around anti-celestial sentiment in the east. Would I eat a well done or an undone? Oh, an undone? An undone steak? Damn. They have attempted sanctions with Norvik, VK, and even Ilum backing. VK is Dwarven slang for Vizka, as if it were needed to be shortened. Is a collection of loose dwarven cities in northwestern Ascani, also known as Vizka Kingdoms. There's even been coast-spanning outreach all the way to Kargamesh, to build some type of coast-spanning halfling coalition. Nothing works. The Horde has a finger in most every trade port. They own land and hold strong ties to every regime. Even Norvik has not unofficially backed their neighbors. Without Earth and the Lady Fair not so existing, they are, as kids say, steamed. The kids do not say that. They're fucking steamed, brother. They're steamed. As you can imagine, the halfling population of the Hills are not too happy about this, but what can they do? The Hills is one of the 3 unofficial districts in Norvik, basically the halfling district, covered the Hills. Get it? On the western side of the river. An Asgal victory might change things, but the Free Striders are in the celestial pockets, as are the Patriarchs. So yeah, there's resistance, but as of yet, there is no practical way out of this frog being boiled, I'm afraid. He's correct. The Golden Horde is performing impeccably in this geopolitical play. Why do they want the clan lands so badly? He waves his hand. It's basic resource conflict. Oh? Amber, you know, Electrum. Is an old term for magical amber ore. It's only mined in 3 locations across the coast. The clan lands of Ascan, the Toothy River of Haji, and the rock woods of Yim. Amber is a translucent magical resin with a faint yellow glow. It's often used to store esoteric energy. It's an extremely valuable material across the coast. The technical term is Electrum. Ah, the Celestials want their magical rocks. I've heard that Fornip has a bunch of mining operations. A big fucking understatement. A literal well, but done. The Commonwealth is the only reliable source of amber for many, many esoteric use cases. Spell storing, item crafting, consecration, esoteric attunement. It's an extremely useful material, a powerful one. So it's really no wonder the Horde wants to expand their golden line. If Norvik was more reliant on amber as a resource, I'm sure they too would covet those hills. But trading with the halflings does not seem so different from trading with the Horde, at least not today. Are the Celestials influential in Norvik? Yeah. They got a lot of soft power, in trade mostly. The Horde ambassador is known to fling their contracts around like a devil in disguise, mostly to stop halfling-owned corporations from operating without major hassle. Any halfling would tell you the same. They luckily don't care for tiny clinics like my own, but he sniffs. They will not stop in the material realm. They must go into the psychic as well. What? The Golden Horde. Their annexation of land is just the final step. Before that comes many little crushings of thoughts and dreams and a tyranny of pure ideology. They shape perceptions to maintain control. That is indeed what they are doing. Pure soft power expansionism. An incredible evil, those poor halflings. Yes, yes, he says, sniffs loudly. I've got some personal questions. Oh, we're almost done. Nothing too interesting there, he says. I see no reason why you would want to investigate an old halfling with nothing good to grant into the world. You seem interesting enough. Kind of you, but you're wrong. My work is the only thing that isn't interesting, I assure you. Fine, keep your secrets, old man. Alright, well thank you for talking to me. I got a new spell, Detect Alignment. Level 1 Divination, cast range on self. Components VS. For an instant, any creature of the type Aberration, Celestial, Elemental, Fey, Fiend, or Undead will be clearly indicated to you. Additionally, any Behold check will reveal the creature's alignment in accordance to Jor's strings. The spell affects all creatures in the current area. And then I got a new quest, which is... I got a couple new quests, which is 1, the Golden Line. There's a geopolitical conflict going on in the clan lands. The homeland of Ascani native halflings has been cut in half by the so-called Golden Line. Celestials hold the west? Maybe you could find out more. Snore is a member of the Harefoot clan and is distant cousins with Carrot. Good to know. And then the Lost 6th Edition. Scholar Schnur Appledent has tasked you with retrieving a rare copy of the Cividix's Book of the Mind, which is supposedly found somewhere in the dungeons of the city below. At the current moment, I'm an Asgalist wizard. Look at me go. Alright, let's get out of here. Thank you, Mr. Appledent. You the best, girl. Meep 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 more meat more meat 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 more meat 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 more meat 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 more meat 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 more meat 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 more meat 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 more. Oh, I have to go. Oh, I gotta go back up here. I think. Democratization. The missing paladin. It's election week, folks. Golden Line. Rivertakey. The man named Viskin is very suspicious. Find out what's going on in his funny house. Find out what's going on in the man's funny house. Oh, the funny house? Oh, you want me to investigate the man's funny house? Oh, I can investigate the funny house. Which word in the dictionary makes no sense but starts with another French word? Probably all of them, right? Oh, hello, Ava. Hello, Cheese Feather. Hello, Mila. I guess we could try Viskin's Lair. There's also a bar over here I want to visit. But we can't visit this until, like, until the next extreme morning. Until the next extreme morning. With that signature Free Strider logo. Yeah, it's bar tight. Your mom, 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 your mom. Your mom, your mom, your mom, your mom, your mom, your mom. Maybe we can go to Pillar Crossing. Well, okay, well, let's just go investigate Pillar Crossing, then. Fucking Snell. Fucking Snell can't keep up. Fucking Snell. There's some bars in Pillar Crossing, I think. The answer is nonsense? Ah, non. I see, I see. Oh. Oh, okay, here's the stairs. I was like, what? We've already touched the pillar on this level. It says, dormitory out of commission. Marking the door says, Shmi, son of the strokeback. That won't work. He is not open right now. Rough carving on the door says, Arne. No reason interested in this particular door. Who the fuck is this? Hang on, this guy looks important. Grease. I should hit him with I should hit him. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you walking at me like that? Your muscles tense up. A face of iron appears from nothing. You hear the goblin say something to you. Dagger. A one-handed piercing weapon. Good at making holes in clerics. He doesn't need to raise his voice. You know the gravity of the word. This is no time for introspection. Get ready now. Roll initiative for dex check. I lost. He got an nat 20. Breathing stopped. Your fear response has begun. The masked one is ready. The masked one immediately rushes forward, the sharp dagger thrusting towards the target. You feel the steel brush up against your chest. The ring mail underneath is the only thing keeping you from being gashed open. Strokeback is a wild name, I agree. Snell gets ready to act. His eyes quickly assess the situation. The goblin glances at the dagger almost piercing your chest. He then rushes forward, aiming a decisive blow against the masked one's left leg. It hits! Not by much, but enough to stagger the masked one. This guy wants to kill you. Don't let him. Great advice. You probably can't talk your way out of this one. Heart racing, death approaching. Try to counterattack. Constitution DC 8, attempt to regain composure. I can hit him with the grease. Make a melee spell attack against the creature you can target. On a hit, the target takes 3d10 necrotic damage. I can Shield of Faith. I'm gonna hit him with a funny inflict wound spell. No reason to cast that. I guess I can grease him. You wanna grease? Let's grease. Oh! The goblin remains in his fighting stance for a few more seconds. He then relaxes his posture, giving you a nod. Fucking brutal. Don't step on the grease. It'll disappear in a second. Oh, I won't. The goblin leans out over the abyss, staying several steps away from the colorful substance greased all over the bridge. They really should add guardrails here. A complaint! You fail once more. Is that my fault? Is that a dig at me? Are you complaining about the way I run the city? It's cooler without. They really should. Sadly, the old lady couldn't get the building permits, otherwise we'd have bolted up this place a long time ago. But for this one, I guess it worked out. Sort of. He rubs his chin. Someone wants us dead. Or you, more likely. We must investigate carefully. Yep, another one on the list. Adrenaline wearing off? Beware. Everything's a bit wobbly. Oh boy. Cleric, do you need any emotion towards his neck? Feel your neck. You press a hand against your neck right where you felt the blade hit. The area hurts, but more importantly, it's not wet. You will live. Lucky every time. Nothing but a minor bruise. You can heal that with your magic easily. Is this peak fiction? I agree. I'm fine. He got my armor. Really? Yep. Aren't you lucky? He says, taking a deep breath. Guess we're gonna need it if someone's sending assassins after us, even incompetent ones like that. Why wouldn't an assassin be after you? This warrants an investigation. That mask was weird. Yep. Gives me the creeps just thinking about it. Looked like some old ceremonial thing. Religious rites, sacrifices, cults. Lone actor? Cultists? These days, evil cults aren't a thing in Norvik. He gives you a snide smirk, if you believe the magistrates. He's implying there's a world underneath the city of city officials. Underneath the city officials do not know or care for. The city under the city. I love that place. Could also be connected with something below. He snaps his fingers. We should go ask Schnorr, your new scholarly friend. He might know a thing or two about cults. Who do you think actually sent that guy? No clue? But let's hope they're as bad at their job as the guy was at his. Yeah, that assassin was ass. I agree. Hey, strawberry poison. Why attack us? Great question. My initial guess, an enemy of the Lady Sageleaf. He froze his brow. Won't let that slide. Like that slide. Perhaps it has to do with your supposed tumble into the river. Surely it must. The goblin's problem, or yours? You're probably just stepping on some toes with this whole tea shop business. Glance down to the abyss and move on. The ambient groan of Norvik's red rocks echoes below, the river coursing around you, hugging you. You glare into the darkness, but you will see nothing down there. Your companion clicks his tongue. Fuck this. They can't get away with that. Not on our streets. Look into his eyes and give him a nod. He nods back. You stood your ground. Somehow, you lived to tell the tale. The goblin's more competent than you imagined. You have a feeling this will be a fruitful partnership if you can get on his good side. This attack was coordinated. Not very effectively, but nonetheless planned. There will be more coming. Snell checks around the crossing, a weary scowl on his face. Reese is cleared. Let's get out of here. That was such a fun spell to cast, dude. We gotta do that a lot more. I didn't know combat was gonna be text-based like that. Very good, dude. Very good. We've got an assassin. An assassin came for your life. You survived, but the attacker got away. With no clues to go on other than the esoteric mask, you must be ready for them to return at any time. That was fucking scary, though. Like, I know I'm not, like, in any position to be doing combat right now, but I've got my magic! I'm gonna need to do some... I'm gonna need to keep that fucking thing on me, I'll tell you that much. The city below the city. Oh, he fell all the way down there, man. Gotcha. Alright, we've got 2 things to do tonight. Dormitory attic mission. One of the things we have to do is... obviously go talk to, what's his name? Dusseldorf. And then the other thing is go visit some of the bars around here. Oh, fuck, dude, this game is so fun! The slit mailbox says Snell, HWBT. Snell, I found your house, brother. Sweet! Hell yeah. This is piss 7. You mind if I look at your shit? It's a bit high up. I can't reach that from here. I can. What are you talking about? He sure is the type to have a photo of himself on the wall. Goblin Forest Goblin, level 3 rogue. He, the goblin that gets shit done, no matter what. Welcome to my pad. Go ahead, brood around as much as you want. Don't mind if you do. Hello, Harris. Sarcasm. Thank you for letting me in. I'm not sure how this is in any way useful for the job, but let me know when you're done looking around. Looking, nothing else. How much is the rent? Not so bad, thanks to the old lady. She looks after her own. Not every goblin is so lucky. You got it pretty nice here. You know, there are 3 tribes in the city, right? The halfways get by real well thanks to Lady Sageleaf, but it didn't used to be that way. Most goblins have a real hard time getting by here. Most guilds won't exactly hire a goblin just like that. Why? Good question. We're not humans, so by default, on average, we're not trusted. Back in the day, there were apparently a bunch of programs meant to push us into the workforce, anti-discrimination laws, goblin public works projects, but the support for those ran out way before I was born. So most kids just fall into crime. And that's understandable. It's the only path for them. The clearest path, at least. He sighs. Imagine you're a goblin kid, you spend most of your day in the Warrens with 20 other kids your age. There's barely any resources to actually teach you all the human stuff we're legally forced to be taught. If you're lucky, you've got one parent with a stable income, otherwise you'll be living in the dormitories. No support system, no chance to integrate into this city you're supposed to be living in. If you're lucky, you'll get a dangerous gig in the tunnels. If not, the only way for you to get enough money for food beyond the basic handouts is joining a syndicate. They recruit young to keep you in the juvenile stockade if you get caught, starting as an errand boy, ending up as whatever they need for their enterprises. Then you bring home a heavy pouch of crowns for your mom and pop. What are they gonna do? Turn their little kid in, or accept the only major income the household's gotten in months? Maybe they'll even encourage you, push you to get real friendly with the local runners. Weren't you a runner? Runner and a handler, yeah. It's complicated, but the Halfway Bridge tribe is classified as a syndicate. We run things in the similar sense to the Ishki and the NMBT, except we do things strictly by the book. We don't run drugs, for one. Ishki is one of the 3 goblin tribes in Norvik, commonly called the Water Goblins due to their river expertise, led by a council of 3 Nilbogs housed in the lighthouse, though they call it a wizard's tower in Dvargby. I reached 2,000, congrats, thank you. Nilbog is a term for a goblin spellcaster. It probably started out with a negative connotation. We keep Waterlane free of smuggling, but most importantly, we keep the youth out of it. We keep the other tribes at an arm's length. Lady Sageleaf is real draconian in that regard. Everyone, and I mean everyone in our tribe, gets a job and a good salary. We've tried pushing this method, our support system, onto the other tribes, but it's hard. Not always popular. We're the small, annoying cultish tribe of Tolstad, after all. So, it is what it is. What a rant. You're working hard for your lady. I sure do. You catch him glancing at the image of her on the board. You live alone? Yep. It's a cool place. Thanks. What about you? Where do you live, cleric? Time to dance around the subject. I live with my mom! I live in Northwall. It's a nice city-sponsored apartment. Avoid the full truth. I could tell him the truth. Your body shakes. There's absolutely nothing wrong with your current living arrangement, and the goblin will not think lesser of you because of it. Arguably, he'll pity you. I live with my mom. You do? Yeah? Uh-huh. Well, I guess that's not too uncommon among humans. Oh god! Oh god! I didn't think it was that bad! I didn't think it was gonna be that bad! He does not mean harm, yet it hurts. Well, anyway, he tries not to linger on the subject since he sees your pain. I used to live in the towers, but they kicked me out. Huh. Can I ask why? Yeah. Okay, then. They just had some problems with some of my writing. Your writing. What can't be that bad at spelling, eh? What? Can't be that bad at spelling, eh? Funny. Idiotic comment. Oh god, this fucking text. I got a new patriarch who didn't like me, and then when I presented an argument for a republic revolution without the influence of the free cities, they said it was a misuse of state resources. The influence of the free cities, and they branded me with a minor case of dereliction. Really, it's all overblown, and Bjorn uses the same copper press all the time for a bunch of personal stuff, and he never gets in trouble over it, so yeah, it just seems really overblown to me, and yeah. An argument for a Republican revolution, it's a whole thing. I'm sure. The goblin looks very intrigued. Just tell him, why not? He listens to your rant with an intense interest. So they can just do that, toss you out. I don't think they like me very much. That's... He was about to say understandable. Hilarious! Sounds like bullshit. But you're still employed as a cleric. Of course! This was just a disciplinary action. They've been mad at me since I refused to register as a member of the Party of Norvik. Interesting. So this whole thing is a sort of like a redemption run for you then? Solving the mystery of the tea shop that exploded and so on, rejoin the fold? Redemption is within grasp, then I'll jump right into the party and remake it in my own image. Roasted by a minimum wage goblin. Hello, Kale. I loved you in World of Warcraft. No, they're going to get thrown out when the Free Striders take over. It doesn't matter. Once the election's over, I'll go back to doing Asgalist activism like in the old days. I'll solve it to prove my abilities. Eventually, I'll lead the city myself. Yeah, sure, have fun. You sure have had a lot of political aspirations, haven't you? I don't feel too good. He gives you a slow nod. As per usual, good luck with that. Let's talk about something else, please. It's a nice apartment. Yeah, I'm not here a lot, though. The goblin laughs. I'd argue it's much better than usual. One time I was on a date, brought her back here. Terrible idea. The date was already going poorly. Imagine her expression when she steps in and there's a pile of reports all over the floor. A blocked drain in the kitchen sink, and 15 confiscated bowls of pixie dust piled in the corner. Let me tell you, took her 10 seconds to come up with an excuse. He recounts the tale of an excellent timing. This is one of his favorites. He tells this one to everyone. As his laughter fades, he looks around the place and tells you, anyway, looks better these days. Figured if I'm such a neat goblin like everyone says, I might as well keep my apartment clean. Hard time believing you, Snell, living in filth? Never. I guess people change. Time changes everything. No need to get all deep with it. What about you? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. He's gonna kill me. I'm going to die in this conversation. I'm going to die. I'm going to fucking die in this fucking conversation. That's it. I didn't know I should have casted Shield of Faith, man. He's fucking killing me. Ever had fried kale? I've not. That sounds tasty, though. The question cuts tiny little holes in your inside skull. Clerics are popular, right? Avoid, abort, alert. Oh, no. Oh, well. I mean, if you give me a charisma roll, I'm gonna do a charisma roll. That's 12 plus 7. That's good math. He's expecting an answer, so you're gonna have to give him one. Not a lie, though. You can't handle that right now. Too much pressure, clearly. Too much. Yeah, listen to your gut. So what do I say? Just keep it simple. Dismiss the question in a nice way, like this. Nothing lately, I'm busy with work. Ah. Now change the subject. You seem like the type to be busy with work, too. Oh, yeah. For the last few years, I've just been focused on the halfways and whatever the old lady needs of me. Don't mean to sound ungrateful, though. I do love it. It's really rewarding. You're clearly good at what you do, whatever that is. He laughs. I ask myself that same question sometimes. The goblin takes a breath. I'd tell you to look at it from a goblin perspective, but let me put it like this. Lady Sageleaf gave me options in a world of railroad tracks. I get to help my people and get real fucking good at it. So for now, I'm gonna keep doing it. But you at least get a good salary, right? It's alright. I do alright. He grins. Anyhow, anything else you want to chat about, or can we get going? Thanks for the talk. Ah, my fucking bones, dude. My fucking bones. I'm gonna cure wounds. I'm gonna... I'm a spellcaster. Ah, your words cannot damage me if I simply heal my wounds. And all that cost me was 1 slot, dude. So simple. A mass-produced glowstone lantern. I'm, of course, going to engage with it. It prepares to be non-functional. Fix the lantern. It's that easy, folks. You spend a few minutes looking it over, realizing a bit later than you should have that there's an esoteric effect on the lantern itself. A full Inland Empire run? No, that'll be the Constitution run. That'll be the Constitution and... yeah. Investigating it further reveals the issue, the glowstone's connection with the flimsy metal plate around it. While the heat remained and the stone is quite hot, its weak esoteric light was esoterically spread out across the full surface of the lantern instead of focused on the glowstone itself. Reattach the glowstone without burning yourself. With a quick snap, light returns to the lantern. Such a simple solution, you should have come up with it quicker. I fixed the lamp, Snell. Huh. Thanks. He gives you a thumbs up. Such gratitude. Nice. I'm so good at tinkering with stuff. You're slightly above average. Which says more about the average than it does about you. Now you won't have to trip when going to the bathroom in the middle of the night anymore. That's not really a problem, you know. He points to his eyes. Dark vision. Why do you have a lamp? It's not perfect dark vision. He stretches a bit. But yeah, the fixed lamp will help. Thanks again, cleric. You do not need to relieve yourself. Thank you, Constitution roll. Thank you. One of Schnell's box. Ah, Bagatelle. The goblin has some good tastes now, then. Ah, Bagatelle. Overwrite me. Imagine if there's already mods for Resident Evil Requiem. I would not be surprised. Same engine and everything. I'm gonna obviously trifle the box and take all of his junk. Ilium ointment? Of course I'm taking the Ilium ointment, brother. This glass jar, 3 inches in diameter, contains a handful of doses of thick mixture that smells faintly of aloe. The jar and its contents weigh half a pound. As an action, 1 dose of the ointment can be swallowed or applied to the skin, plus 10 HP. Wow, dude. Wow, Intelligence and esoteric advance dampens high damage. Advantage against bureaucrats, plus 2 intelligence. Very good. Dex and wisdom, charisma. Wisdom, nope. The rod is a weapon? The rod is not a weapon. The dream patch gives me a 3rd level spell slot. Excellent. Excelente. Alright. Let's see. Schnell's work. Oh. You stand before a wooden board covered in sketches of various people. What's this, Snell? He looks over to you from across the apartment. Ah, Project Visualizer. Helps me keep track of jobs. You can check it out if you want. I haven't done much other than the basic outline on the tea shop yet. I've been busy with all the running around. Looks like a ton. You're good at this, Snell. Thanks. It's what I do. Once we're finished, I'll make sure to compile it into a proper report for the old lady. Look at the sketches. You see several faces you recognize, and some you don't. Damn, it goes all the way over this wall. A birdman with black and white pattern along the note, tea shop owner. A bulky merman with the text, rifle? No, unambitious. A stout-looking dwarf in uniform with a hammer symbol in the corner, patron? A stylish orc with a free strider heart symbol in the corner, completely unaffiliated, suspicious. A pale man holding a skull, no motive. A human with a fancy beard and a fish symbol in the corner, suppressing info, beware. Then finally, you look over the central piece, the beautiful rendition of Lady Sageleaf herself. Her note reads, enemies? Spies? City conspiracy? Interesting. Expensive material. You stand before a simple braid bed frame. Look at the mattress. The mattress is extra thick, probably expensive. The material goes for extra in every outlet. However, the claim that these contain yim silk is ridiculous, which is threads spun by elusive incorporeal giant spiders of the Yimian burrow forest. It's a useful material in all manner of factory settings. Giant spiders. Anything over a tiny fraction would make the bed half invisible. A scam bed? Pretty damn good scam. Can I take a nap, Snell? No, he yells from across the apartment. Don't even think about getting into my bed. Well, that's fair. I'm pretty dirty. Yeah, and you're not getting in my bath either. Thank you, bed. Thank you, Mr. Bed. It's a bit high up. You can't hide from me, funny box. Family. All right, let's get out. Let's leave Snell alone. So apparently we keep playing even after the election, which is good to know. What the hell? A beaming light emanates from a hole in the wall. One of the apartment doors has turned into something not so normal. Cleric, do not approach that thing. That is some major esoteric bullshit. Whenever the weird, unstable magic around Jor's coast makes things a bit too wacky, people tend to say this. I have to investigate it, Snell. It could be a dangerous esoteric pocket. Do not. But it looks so cool. No. Touch the door. And away we go! Ah! We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. A sting of radiant energy fills your senses. You are burning. Oh! Ooh! You resist the pain, the urge, and all you see is light and a door. We go through the door. You step outside. The door closes behind you. I'm exhausted, apparently. Snell stands beside you, muttering to himself. I don't want to go. It's not good. It's not a good idea. He shakes his head, then looks around. What happened? I don't know. The door behind you is now normal. It's not glowing, magical, or anything like that. Time dilation pocket? Perhaps some type of portal to the positive realm? It gave me... Oh, it put 6 hours on the clock. I can't go talk to the guy now. Either way, you're lucky you got out. I feel weird. Not terrible. You feel refreshed. What? What time is it? Holy shit, we lost 6 hours. Yeah, oh indeed. Esoteric gods be damned bullshit, that's what it is. My bad. The goblin grumbles something. Let's just go. You don't want to go to sleep? No, because the kidnapping gods be damned glowing door made me feel surprisingly refreshed. Is that what you want to hear? Let's go, we've got time to catch up on. So, I'm not exhausted, I lost a slot. Dawn of the second day. I don't think I can... God, I don't think I can... Ugh. They hate me, they hate me, they hate me, they hate me. 6 hours lost sucks, but I'm refreshed. So I don't have to go to sleep, I guess. I wonder if that's an actual affliction. I hope not. Oh, this doorway's open. To the goblin Gundles. Oh, hello, Razbo for hire. Oh, a charisma roll, you say? Well, I only rolled 11. Fucking kill me. Goblin Hill, level 8 rogue, he wants to kill you. This is a massive, unregulated, confident, and highly problematic goblin supremacist. He will not debate you on it. He doesn't even want to see you worthy of being alive. So this guy is going to... This guy's going to fight me? If I talk to this guy, he's going to fight me. That'd be chill. I still got on my spell slots. This guy wants to kill you. Fuck off, human. Not yet, apparently. Opens at 1800. Fucking goddamn it. Oh, I don't think I can get... Oh, I'm gonna fucking shit myself. The whole plan was to get up there and get access. It's the second day. Shit, I might load. Oh, there's a big-ass bird overhead. I might load and not hit that esoteric door. 6 hours? 6 hours lost is no good, dude. I want to continue the funny story. Hang on, this seems fucking important. I'm gonna load. Load me. Thank you, Snell. You're the best girl. Oh, right. Let's work through all this text. Thank you. Looks like you're good at this, Snell. Closer. Excellent. Thank you, Snell. You're the best girl. Oh, click that. Can I take a nap, Snelly? That's fair. I'm pretty dirty. No thanks. Alright. There's only one thing to do at this time of day. Do not the door. Do not the door. We're eventually gonna do the door, but not yet. We can go into the bar, but I need to get this thing first. It is more important that I do this than go into the bars first. We need permission to get into the damn tea room. Come on, Snell. But first, let's pray. I need to equip a spell. You think, can I equip everything? Not detect alignment, not yet. I'm so powerful, dude. Oh, I can do everything and more. All the spells in the world shall be mine. Oh, what's all that? Feat slot. Lady fair. Oh, I can only have 4 feats. Extra proficiency when rolling speak with feminine character. I see. You can only have 4 foots. Good to know. Who the fuck are you? What are you doing out here late at night? It's dangerous. Go home. You're gone! Gone! What? What the fuck was that? Alright. I have come! I have come! Yummy. Gross. 50 years old? Oh, look at this gentleman. The Darrow's Nest. It is the Darrow's Nest. You mind if I, like... You mind if I fucking take your shit? Frogmouth plus 2 charisma? Oh, -2 dex, though, kinda sucks. But... a helmet specifically made for various forms of jousting, made with limited usage outside such cases. It looks fancy, however. It's a bit difficult to move in this thing. That's chill. My fucking dex is 0. That's no good, dude. No. +2 charisma goes crazy. 22 charisma. 22 charisma is so good, though. An LR of Norvik, an LR of a girl, and a newspaper clipping about the Coin Lord. Oh, I see. Alright. Oh, his name is Coin Lord Darrow. It's I. Coin Lord Darrow. A whale of many colors. Painted onto the ancient stone blocks, colorful imagery rises above you. It's faded, near gone. It is beautiful. What is this, some kind of whale? A mural of some ancient civilization. Fade era, most likely. Fade era was the second out of 5 eras when Jor went silent and the ancient terrors were slowly replaced by those in charge today. This is when humans first arrived, for example. These ancient towers around Tolstad must have been covered in such paint. Long ago. It's beautiful. Truly. You must have been the Tulni Coddle. For the snail who inscribed these visuals did so with esoteric means. It must have been the Tulin Coddle. The figure on the wall stares at you. Let's try not to engage with it. The city sworn angel, who I did not roll anything for. We could trifle him. Ah, charisma behold! 512, it's whatever. Human Earthfolk level 3 Coin Lord. Here he is, the Coin Lord of Norvik and Magistrate of Tolstad. That smile of his facade, of course, an expression simulacra. Heavily trained over the course of 20 years on the job, he's an expert in the field, and his field is politics. Being level 3 is crazy, though. Trifle him. He has a tower key, 1 strength, and it looks like I can just take this without being noticed. Are you joking? There's no dex check on it or anything? Thanks, you the best, girl. At the top of the stairs, you see a man placed upon his silken throne. His well-groomed face lit by a single bulb candle, but he does not look at you. Instead, he folds his copy of the Norvikian Post in half and sighs. Won't you look at that? It's Coin Lord Darrow, in the flesh. Don't make him mad. This is your boss. You hear about this. The man slaps his newspaper. Ascalist opportunist strikes fear in Silker's guild, he reads to you. Then he lowers the paper and mutters, 9,000 crowns in damages. Damn, that's like a 2-year salary. This man commands attention. Protesters. Hooligans. Sure, we should beat him in the streets. He raises a finger towards you. I like your enthusiasm, but I can promise that wouldn't solve a thing. His eyes, he is reading you. But what can you do? It's democracy. You don't like democracy. My opinion does not matter, does it? Darrow lets out a sigh, folding his paper in half. Again. It's the age of crowds, that's what they call it. And the loudest voices keep shouting at me in particular, it seems. The crowd has power beyond belief. He furrows his brow. The moonlight makes him look like a marble bust. He shifts his eyes over to your companion. I see you've picked up a goblin. Huh? He takes a step forward. Lord Darrow, Lady Sageleaf has declared a joint operation. Of course she has. Cleric, if you will, I would like to speak with you in private. Excuse me? The goblin glances at you and then back to the Cornlord. Seriously? It's fine, he's cool. Sure. Now, if you please. He gestures towards the stairs. Your services are not needed at the moment. Thank you. Snell lifts his head into the air. Aha! Don't piss off the goblin. You want him to watch your back. No good option here. Someone's gonna get pissed. Tension, sweat, what can you say? Someone's gonna... You can go, Snell. Does he turn people into coins? He touches you and you turn to coins. Turn to coins! Turn to snails. You can go, Snell. He glares at you. Yeah, uh-huh. Come now, it's city business. Sorry, Snell. Be quiet. Your companion scoffs. It's fine. Late anyhow. He gives you a knowing glance. I'm heading home. First thing tomorrow, cleric. Snell gives you a quick nod, then he turns to leave. The coin lord glances out the window and remains quiet for a moment. I feel compelled to ask. Once you hear the door closing behind Snell on his way out, he continues. How was your meeting with our dear goblin chieftain? Awful. Sad to hear, although I didn't expect much else. His jaw tightens, then loosens. The coin lord carries an iron will ring, as all good politicians do. Makes any mind-altering spell you cast on him useless. Don't waste any spell slots. I must apologize, cleric. Tossing you around as a pawn in this regrettably political game of ours isn't something I hoped for. You obviously have much more important matters to attend to in the palace. Of course you do. Not really. The lord is flattering you. He's gotten far in life using this tactic. I'm here to protect the city, my lord. Good, good. I'm pleased to hear this. First things first. I'm obliged to offer accommodations during your stay here in Tolstad. Obliged? Interesting word choice. It is customary for clerics on the job to be given free housing by their employer. You may stay in the old guard tower. Now, I'm not sure why you feel entitled to browse through my pockets, but that key will get you access to the tower. I don't know, man. That's just what I do. A tier uses one of the floors. You take the top one. Thank you for housing me, my lord. No need to thank me. It's entirely customary. Yeah, he has to do it, otherwise he certainly wouldn't. He shuffles about, looking annoyed for a moment. Now, about the incident. As soon as the fires were put out, I had a city engineer inspect for structural damages. He speaks of the tea shop. Obviously. Once it was cleared and no casualties were reported, I shut it down. Without an investigation? Initially, yes, as a precaution. The reason why we've been so very careful with this whole ordeal is simply because we do not want to cause more strife. We've got enough with that already, Earth pray tell. Earth pray tell is Norvikian lingo, spoken as an exclamation of surrender to the knowledge and power of the protective god of the city. Sometimes used ironically since his death by secularists. Suddenly you see how very tired this man is. You see him shift about in his chair. He's taking something to stay awake. Ilmian most likely. Slang for the many types of hallucinatory and performance-enhancing herbal remedies brought into Norvik by elven smugglers. Did you notice what he said? Your real job here is not to solve this crime. Your real job is to dodge arrows for the magistrate. Dodge. The act of not getting hit. You should try it. Yeah, that sounds about right. What is your theory? This matter with the tea shop is one big distraction, I'm afraid. Of course it is. Right before the election, at the heart of the city, political manipulation. You think a party is behind it? He holds up his hand. I'm not saying anything, but, while it certainly is an exciting thought, I do not believe any party has enough incentive to pull off something like this. My purest guess would be someone with access to arcane artifacts, or at worst, a rogue spellcaster. Someone who would benefit from scared goblins and angry Asgalists. So, a radical. Not a bad guess. However, he is certainly attempting to not place focus on any real power in the city. Strife? It's election week, cleric. We've got illegal rallies, copper presses full of lies, and a populace ready to tear their neighbors into pieces. If the city is to survive, we need to play it safe. He rubs his eyes. Then, we've also got a tired old Lord Patriarch who hasn't left his villa for years. That leaves us in charge. You and the magistrates. Yes, cleric. We, along with the straggling patriarchs and other palace officials, hold the reins in this election for the party of Norvik. Trust me, it's not easy being a magistrate. Anyhow, the tea shop. He gestures for you to continue the conversation. What information do you have? Aggressive spread of fire, a loud explosion. Militia rush across the halfway bridge and put it out. He looks out the window. The owner is missing, but no one got hurt. Got it. Keep him talking. You need more info before you ask about the tea shop. It might be smart to go for the tea shop question straight away. Who knows how you'll fuck up once we keep out on asking questions. You require information? Ask. So, you're the coin lord. For now. Post-election, I might end up on a very long vacation. Is that angel your bodyguard or something? More or less. A tier is a high prefect. Every magistrate gets the highest tier protection available. She's not much of a talker, but I can't say I dislike it. She gets the job done. You hear that, a tier? Darrow calls out down the stairs. Yes, magistrate, she replies coldly from below. The magistrate shakes his head. Earth be good. How's the election going? We're winning. His voice is not cheerful. Good job. He scoffs. We've got a third of the populace. A third. That means we've already lost the goodwill of a large portion of the human population, according to the latest polls. The campaign is a half failure, but it'll get us over the finish line. What sort of chaos is the election brewing? All kinds. The campaign? The national campaign, aimed at reigniting the spirit of Earth in his folk. It's been 70 years since the reconquest. Let us celebrate that victory. The fancy man feigns a cheer. An attempt to make the masses worship the state instead of their dead god. You'd argue it was quite successful. Before this campaign, humans were kind of lost. Now they have a purpose. You have read Lexandro, I presume? Say yes, it'll make you look smart. I found a copy of it down in the collection of a halfling scholar, but I've read it many times before. He waves his hand. Of course, but you'd be surprised not every cleric is as well read as you'd imagine. We followed his teachings when building the campaign, a campaign to bridge the gap between a follower of Earth and a citizen of Norvik. So religion is dead, then? No, of course not. This is religious united with the state. Hopefully they'll both stay very much alive. Horrifying. What's your problem with Asgalists? You're kidding? They've infiltrated every guild. Their rally circus causes near riots whenever they gather up. They're disrupting the economy. When the agrarian party fell apart, we almost had a famine on our hands. Or, well, he corrects himself straight away. Famine is a bit of an exaggeration, but they did practically ruin our grain exports for an entire quarter. Hells, we'd be better off with the Free Striders any day of the week. They at least uphold basic economic stability. He's spitting truth. I have some other non-election questions. Good. I've talked enough about this damn election for a lifetime. What do you know about the owner? Of the tea shop? A birdfolk male called Drum something? The type to show up in all kinds of registers in the palace. But he didn't have any expensive insurance or anything. No insurance at all. In fact, poor guy. The bird hasn't left the city in any official capacity. He's on the list. You don't know where he is? The coin lord leans back. Maybe he's halfway to Vorguni by now. Maybe he's down in the sewers. Who knows, cleric? His kind can be found in all kinds of strange places. Birdfolk are known for their criminal acumen. A rude stereotype, but not statistically wrong. If the goblins hadn't pushed for it, would you have sent for me? The posh man looks you up and down. No, I don't think I would have. Honesty. He's not talking around it. Means he doesn't see you as a threat. They really should have sent someone with more experience for this. I'm afraid your being here is a bit of a perfect storm. We needed someone with the abilities, but without any direct ties to the campaign. Did you know every higher class cleric in the city actually is a devoted member of the Nationalist Party? Higher classed. That's probably lingo for anyone above petty officer. Except you, apparently. Because of your history. I don't mean to pry, but I do wonder. Why? I don't mean to pry, then proceeds to pry. I love that guy. I'm a failure and a disappointment, my lord. Oh, are you now? He finds your honesty both refreshing and embarrassing. Sounds exactly like the kind of hero Tolstad deserves. Oof. Anyway, anything else you need? Is the missing paladin involved? Is that what the papers call him now? Hello, Neon. Lord Gorm has been missing for weeks, so I'm afraid the timeline doesn't quite add up. If you find him skulking about below, you can ask him anything you want. Just let him know he's been kicked off the campaign, okay? He sounds pissed. Paladins would often delve too deep into the tunnels below Norvik. It's tradition, really. If you find him, perhaps there will be a reward. What's my actual job here? Your actual job? It's to do what I ask of you. He's getting tired of this. Look around the rubble. Ask around for witnesses or evidence. I want you to keep the goblins happy. Do that, and I'll be happy. I need access to the tea shop. His eyes, he's thinking of making a choice. Now is the time to convince him. Be careful. The goblins are not the only ones with eyes on our scorched tea shop. In fact, I've been advised to simply ignore the whole thing. To just let it go. That would be a sound choice, if the goal is to avoid political fallout. Slang for negative consequences. Politically, that could be wise. True, we won't gain votes by any of this, however. Sageleaf is insistent. He sighs and looks out the window. I'm in a difficult position, cleric. Do make it easier for me, will you? How would I do that, my lord? He speaks with a projected voice and says, I want to be able to trust you. I am. He interrupts you, continuing, trust that you'll be able to keep this on the down low. That if anything unseemly were to be uncovered, you'd of course keep such things from non-city affiliated factions. The Coin Lord fellow flaps his lips like a barnacle goose, but you can follow. A black-feathered medium-sized goose known as to consume travelers up in Toll's Pass, the valley containing the inland end of River Torna, as well as the farthest stretches of Norvikian civilization. Known for its rare mineral deposits, the terrible barnacle goose, and almost as horrific esoteric storms. Do you understand? Not a question, a demand. If a city-affiliated actor caused the explosion, then this Coin Lord is done for. Of course he's going to be careful. Wait, this is your chance to stand your fucking ground, then turn the tide on this fucking convo. Yes, my lord. Good. I'll be blunt. I want you to keep incriminating evidence away from the goblins. Anything that contradicts the official stance shall be stricken from the record, so to speak. What is the official stance exactly? This was a fireplace failure. If you cannot sell that to Sageleaf, at the very least, this was not an esoteric event. I'm not sure Sageleaf will accept that. What choice does she have? A good question. She might not agree with your assessment of the tea shop, but she requires clerical support to make a legal case. Got it. Perfect. Swear on it, cleric. He wants an oath. A legal agreement either spoken aloud or written down. Some oaths, especially those sworn on the names of deities, have real esoteric powers over one's body and mind. They can also be broken, but at great cost. Hello, Zedric. Breaking an oath is a serious moral crime in this city, at least among your peers. You want an oath? If you want my blessing to investigate the tea shop. Really? An oath? This is a sensitive situation. I need to place my trust. Get down on one knee. You bow down before the magistrate, ready to recite the words that you so solemnly remember. He looks down on you, his smirk now faded. On the name of the last-born god, earth be blessed. I swear to uphold the truth, justice, and holy realm of this conquest, and serve your cause as a humble servant until my service is finished. Careful now, use another word and this asshole won't own you. The Coin Lord would find it harder to get you in legal trouble if you change the magically binding words. He won't notice, probably. Careful now. So the original words, and serve your cause as a humble servant until my service is finished. Serve his cause as a humble servant until my service, and serve your cause, and serve the cause as a humble servant until my service is finished. Serve his cause would be Earth, right? and serve the cause as a humble servant until my service is finished. The Coin Lord nods. Oh, got his ass. He places his hand on your shoulder. Okay, now get up. The passphrase is cardamom poison. No one would ever speak ill of that wonderful spice. Report back to me on election day. Make sure to clear this up with the goblins before then, will you? Thank you, Magistrate. Just make it happen. Report back to him on election day. Clear before. Okay. Oh, fucking God. Oh, +1 strength for a key. The quest extra we picked up was this one. You swore an oath to the Coin Lord Nicholas Darrow in exchange for access to the tea shop. You serve your master well. You do not have permission to enter the tea shop. You need authorization. Indeed, I do have authorization. Alright. I guess I'll go into the tower. Or we could visit a bar. We might be tired, but we could go visit a bar. Let's go visit a bar. Let's go drinking. Let's go gambling. Let's go drinking. Ah, no! You hear footsteps coming from behind. An ambush. Check this out. 7. 8. He rolled a 6, +2. 8. It's 8 for 8. Alone. They were waiting for Snell to leave. Wait. You hear a squeaky voice behind the mask hiss at you say, "This is for the fucking grease!" The magical dagger aimed at your chest. Huh? 7. I'm fucking dead. It lands. Piercing the chainmail. Quivering, weak flesh. The bastard's trying to kill you. I die and rage quit. Yeah, this situation's screwed up. Can't talk your way out of this one. However, you could try to confuse him. You've got the wrong cleric. You've already been stabbed. +7. I'm gonna inflict wounds on him. Can't I cast Charm Person on this bastard? Nope, that's not a valid target. The mask, it's a mental barrier. No spell will pierce the assassin's mind. Alright, well, hit him with the inflict wounds. That's a 6, +0. That didn't do anything to him. Your spell goes off, sending necrotic energies pulsing from the palm of your hand. However, the swing misses its target, just barely. The assassin grunts as he dodges it. Ugh! Don't stop! The bastard sure won't. Perhaps you should simply give up. They will show mercy, surely. Once again, the assassin goes for a thrust, this time aiming for your throat. I'm dead. 11. -11. That's a fail save throw. That's a fail save throw. I died. Fuck me! I hope it auto-saved out the door, or anything. No, fucking it didn't auto-save. Why would you not auto-save me? You bastards. I gotta do it all over again. Give me your key. This is Coin Lord Darrow. Protesters. We should beat him in the streets. You don't like democracy? It's fine, he's cool. I kinda want him to stay now. I kinda want him to stay now. He stays. Snell stays. The tall man glares at you. Your asshole puckers. Glare back. You hear a chuckle from your companion. It's fine. Late anyhow. He gives you a knowing glance. I'm heading home first thing tomorrow, cleric. Then he turns to leave. The Coin Lord glances out the window and remains silent. I feel compelled to ask, once you hear the door close behind Snell, how was your meeting with our dear goblin chieftain? Awful. Sad to hear. I'm here to protect the city, my lord. And thank you for housing me, my lord. What game am I playing? This is Esoteric Ebb. Without investigation. Oh, I gotta press the funnies. I forgot I gotta press the funnies. God, you should try it sometime. Drive? You and the magistrates. What's the theory? You think a party's behind it. So, what information do you have? Got it. So you're the Coin Lord. The angel your bodyguard or something? She gets the job done. How's the election going? Good job. The campaign? Found a copy of it down below. So religion is dead then. What sort of chaos is the election brewing? What's your problem with Ascalus? You're kidding? Yeah, okay. I remember that. What do you know about the shop owner? You don't know where he is. A rude stereotype. Is the missing paladin involved? Yep. The goblins hadn't pushed for it. Would you have sent for me? Really should have sent someone more experienced. I'm a failure and a disappointment, my lord. What's my actual job here? I need access to the tea shop. Well, politically, that could be wise. And how do I do that, my lord? I am... Barnacle Goose. Tolls Pass. Yes, my lord. What is our official stance? Not sure Sage Lip will accept that. Got it. Oath. Oath. Get down on one knee. On the name of the last-born god, earth be blessed. I swear to uphold truth and justice. And then I switch to the cause. Thank you, Magistrate. Just go. Alright. Let's go get fucking stabbed to death, folks. Let's go get fucking stabbed to death again. I'm gonna keep at this until I get stabbed to death. Until I stab him to death, rather. Alright, save me? There we go. Alright, let's do this, dude. Let's fucking do this. Let's fucking go. This might have more dialogue than Disco Elysium. Yeah. Detect alignment, cure wounds. Cure wounds, no need. I'm going to Shield of Faith. I am shielded and ready. 60 minutes remaining. Let us do battle, demon spawn. Dex me. Oh! You are no match for me. Alone. They're waiting for Snell to leave. You've got the upper hand. The bastard's trying to kill you. This situation's screwed up. Can't talk your way out of this one. However, you could try to confuse him. You've got the wrong cleric. No, you bastards! The assassin gives you a look for just a half a second before he dives in for the attack once again. Worth a try? You must have been not so convincing. Stand there, shaking. You hear a squeaky voice behind the mask hiss at you saying, "This is for the fucking grease." The magical dagger aims at your chest and you take 8 damage. My ring of protection blocks one and the shield of faith blocks another, piercing the chainmail. Quivering, weak flesh. Don't stop this bastard bump. Perhaps you should simply give up. They will show mercy, surely. Scare him away with a 15 dex check. Roll me again. I'm going to charisma my way out of this sooner or later. Think about it. This fellow is clearly just going for it. Wildly unprofessional. With a little push, you can get him off your back. All you need to do is... The mask one flinches as you push yourself forward. Good! Now say something badass or fucked up. This will be fun. The sacrifice is here. Your blood will pay the tribute. My ritual is complete. What? He stumbles backwards. Fuck this. You hear the muffled voice of the assassin from behind the mask. Sounds like a kid. Is this a teenager? Jeez. A common slang shortened from Jesus, often used to exclaim a sense of shock and annoyance. Jesus was a titan who roamed the Scani during the Fade era. Famous for his visual similarity to a goose, only a lot bigger. Some ancient monuments found in modern-day Viz-Ka seems to indicate that this titan died for the sins of all minor geese. He takes a step back and mumbles some strange words. Mover per spatium. You know these words. The bastard's casting Misty Step. Stop right there. Before you can reach him, a cloud of esoteric mist poofs into existence from his hands. The assassin is gone, along with any evidence of wrongdoing. How horrific. Someone's really trying to kill you. Apart from the wounds you sustained, of course. The fact that there sure is an assassin out for your life is pretty bad. Like, it's gonna be hard talking your way out of the next time this guy tries to end you. You can't let him get the upper hand like this. You gotta be alert. Like, faster. You will have the stronger next time in order to capture this foolish spellcaster. That was Misty Step at the end there. Could this be a rogue spellcaster? Bastard really did try to catch me off guard and alone. This has to be connected to the tea shop, right? Could very well be, yeah. Your guess, the masked one is a warlock out for blood. You had to catch him to find out more. Bastard really did catch me off guard alone. Yeah, he is clearly a coward. Not that the goblin would be able to do much, of course. This has to be connected to the tea shop, right? Do not be so hasty to make connection. I'll get him next time. Yeah, you sure will. Good attitude. Ooh, my fucking blood, dude. Ouch. Oof, ouch, owie, my blood. Walking alone at night, a masked assassin came for you. Whoever it was, it sure looks culty. Since they were clearly waiting for you until you were alone, this is absolutely someone trying to kill you in particular. I'm gonna double heal. No, I'm gonna single here. That's a +7. Rolled 1d8 +7. Alright, let's hit the tower. There's all kinds of stuff I can do tonight, I guess. But I would like to have Snell back. I'm not gonna lie. So let's just go to sleep. Oh. If it isn't the guard tower of Upper Tolstad. A pile of ledgers covered in official city seals. You look over the thick pile of documents, each adorned with the symbol of a fish. Official city documents could contain useful information. You see the size of this pile, it'd take hours to go through it all. Flip through and skim. The documents are not very organized. However, as your eyes glance over titles, reports, and statements made over the decades, you do find a few that catch your attention. Sweeping your gaze over the pile, you immediately stop at a bill of sale. A sale by the city to the Ascani Reeds Trading Company. Just lift the ledgers one by one, gives you a strong feeling of not wanting to do this right now. Go quest instead. The older files, focusing on the oldest, that's where you'll find the interesting perspectives. Obviously, just look for any mention of the tea shop. However, be careful. Each attempt to analyze a document will take time out of your day. 3 hours, 90 minutes, 2 hours, 30 minutes. Obviously I want to do that. 3 hours is insane, though. A copper calendar. On the wall, you see a classic copper calendar. Most households in Norvik have one. Your mom had one that would glow on birthdays. It's spinning ever so slowly. The outer wheel moves one full step every day. The middle wheel moves every month, and the inner moves every year. This one seems special. It keeps track of both seasons of Ascan, Reeds, and Vorgeni, as well as all major Earthfolk holidays. The seasons is each band has its own rules for the changing of seasons. On the specific days, the weather is supposed to change drastically and immediately, but you have not experienced such a switch in your lifetime. What day is it? The outer wheel tells you it's March 22nd. When's the election? In 5 days. What's the current month? The calendar's middle wheel is showing March as the current month. That's the third month. It is. Well done. Fuck. What year does it say? The inner wheel is very still on a piece of copper saying 27 post-war. It has always been easy to keep track of how old you are thanks to that. Who decides when the new era begins? Jor does. Magically attuned items and timekeeping spells will keep time in regardless to the eras. Eras will shift for reasons beyond anyone's understanding. Anyone's but Jor's, most likely. So one day all time will keep timekeeping spells just magically shift to show a new era. Yeah, cool. It is. Since the era is just as old as I am, does that mean I am the chosen one? No. It is entirely an unremarkable coincidence. Maybe in your heart. Who decides on the names of the eras? The eras have no objective names. Hello, Lillian. They are chosen by each culture differently. In Norvik, the common era type is to simply follow the Reedsian common structure, which is Gate Era, 3,000 years, Fade Era, 1,100 years, Divine Era, 379 years, Arcane Era, 511 years, Post-War Era, 27 years, ongoing. The post-war era is the fifth and current era, only 27 years in, but often seen as an era of mending after the brutal Coast War. Many suggest it will be an era of ideologies, as struggle to determine the next dominant force on the coast. Gate Era was the earliest, right? Yeah. From the creation of the coast by Jor to the closing of the gates at the end of the Gate War. Fade Era was the time when all the ancient creatures died. More or less. It was the era when the powerful creatures trapped after the Gate struggled for dominion while losing connection with their outer gods. The outer god is the term used to describe actual gods, those who invaded the coast during the Gate War. They hold no dominion on Jor's realm since the gates closed, but the most common consensus among scholars is all walking gods are simply avatars of these real outer ones. This was an era of giants, genies, dragons, and great aberrations. Divine Era is a short one, that's the feudal era, right? Indeed. While short in comparison, almost 4 centuries is a long time in times of great change. This was when mortal walking gods ruled the coast, when great kingdoms rose and great empires conquered vast lands. Or as you say, feudalism and barbaric governments. Arcane Era was a bit longer, that's when the Arcanists rose and fell. It was an era marked by man's power and corruption, when God's influence waned in juxtaposition with the might of the Esoteric. And the post-war era has just begun. We'll see how long it lasts. You will most likely not see its end. Good to know. The seasons marked around the wheel. You see the months and seasons marked into the copper plate. Gorgani, Voroguni Summer, 6th. Faltini, Reedsian Spring, 1st. March, Vorguni Autumn, 22nd. Belton, Ascani Spring, 3rd. Reedsian Summer, 1st. Thesi, Vorguni Winter, the 20th. Thusi, Reedsian Autumn, 1st. Cronus, Ascani Summer, 28th. Ingarmi, Vorguni Spring, 14th. Vorgini, rather. Eltre, Ascani Autumn, 14th. And Sumil, Ascani Winter 7th and Reedsian Winter 1st. It only mentions 3 of the bands. What about the rest? A list of all 8 bands would be excessive. You saw a true season calendar once. It was in the Palace Long Hall. The great wheels turned by use of some ancient esoteric force, and every band had its seasons marked clearly in the glowing plates. A glorious magic item. My birthday is on the 13th of Cronus. It is. Yay! Do I have to keep track of this? It would be ridiculous for a grown man to not know the names of the months. Don't worry, no one will ask you to remember the months. Okay, so that's... Somebody's gonna ask me to know what month it is, right? Alright, every band's seasons shift on different days. That's confusing. It is. Oh, don't worry, you have never left a scone in your life. Okay, good. You do so. Check out the holidays. You look at the various holidays marked into the copper plate. Gorgoni, Earth's passing, is on the 7th. Feltini, Fast of Tuck, the 17th. The Fast of Tuck is in remembrance to the tribulations of the Earth folk. Back in Old Dimenor, a feast is held. Most devout would abstain from sustenance for 36 hours in preparation. March is the Great Migration. The day of Earth folk arrived in the Ascani shores for the first time, often celebrated by cleaning and preparing boats for the first breaking of the ice. But since it's no longer as cold as it used to be in the March, people often head out on fishing trips to celebrate. Belton is the Blood Night on the 1st, and Seven Silence on the 7th. Thesi, River Run, and Giant's Crown. River Run is Norvikian holiday celebrated at the start of summer. Traditionally, a bike race is held along River Torna each year. The River Run has good food, and fresh crayfish by River Torna is served by various gatherings. The kids are supposed to run or bike along the river as the ships race each other. Lucy, Folks Feast, is on the 15th, which is a great celebration during the short Ascani summer. Many animals are slaughtered, and many treats are baked for this annual celebration. It's held on the longest day of the Ascani sun. Cronus, Toll's Dance, 28th. Ingarmi, Phoenix Watch, 16th. Phoenix Watch, on exactly 28 days before Ascani Autumn, a phoenix passes over Norvik, going inland. For an hour, the intense light turns into day. Inland is a term for travel towards the endless waste, away from the coast. Tornus Flame is on the 14th, and the Ascent on the 16th of Eltri. Sumali is the Robe Light Night on the 2nd. Robe Light Night, before the eternal darkness and intense cold of Ascani winter begins, a group of women are selected in Norvik to perform a series of chants on the banks of River Torna. It's said that in the past these women would be allowed to walk upon the water and cross the river through their love of Earth. Look at the marking that says Founding of Norvik. The calendar says 461 Arcane. The Arcane era was 511 years. Since it's currently the 27th year of the post-war era, that means Norvik was founded 77 years ago. It probably will not reach 100. Alright, that's all for now. Something tells me that that is the case. Too far away. I need a spell for this. A glorious shrine to the one and only Earth. Pray me. You take a deep breath and begin your prayer, and tranquility. Contemplate the golden line. A land cut in two. Your neighbors, the halflings, speak with them, learn their stories, pass judgment if you so wish, they don't care. The gold always shines in the end. Contemplate the assassin. Attack from below. But you feel no worry, for the danger is but a misunderstanding in your mind. The answer is deep. You know it all well. You know it all too well. Am I going to take a break? Yeah, I should. Contemplate the Lich House. They don't tell you the whole truth, and there are deals in the background you're not privy to. Tread carefully around the Pale Man and his 4 helpers. Interesting. Alright, there's another book stack. Let's trifle. Ah, bless. Well, if you don't... don't mind if I do. You bless yourself with divine guidance for the duration. You add 1d4 to all ability checks. For an hour. It's chill. The pile of books. There's 3 books of interest in the pile. They appear worn. Beyond Reads, Humans of Brief History, Earth, and Toll. Alright, we really shouldn't read any of those books right now. I'm going to sleep. There it goes. The first day on the job. Before you lies a bedroll. Can I go to sleep now? Yeah, your body's weary. Why do I have to sleep? If you stay awake for more than 48 hours, your body will cease to function in its current state, which is not good for your physical health. You should go to bed. Taking a long rest restores your hit points, hit dice, lowers your exhaustion to 0, and returns your spent cell slots. A long rest lasts 8 hours, and you can take one after 20 each day. What is this thing? Huh? It's a bed. It doesn't look like a bed. Leather-bound, filled with ox clippings, most likely bubble yarn, which is hair fiber taken from the Ascani Mega Ox, not as fancy as it sounds. Chungus. Somewhat soft. A bedroll. I see. Like one of those things adventurers use when sleeping on a journey. Yeah. You got an ad, Cherry? I don't have ads turned on. You shouldn't get an ad. That's weird. I'm not making anything from it. Bastards. This is gonna hurt your back. At least there's no snoring here. Remember the barracks? You hear only wind here and the occasional giant seagull call. It'll be a good place to rest. Let's take a rest. Staying within the confines of the guard tower, you successfully spend 8 hours on your long rest. No need to roll any encounters, you've had enough for one adventuring day. Now, let's see. As for those youngsters, brave of you to rush in like that. Lots of radicals on the streets these days. Modissa and Rolo seem like they've been at war for quite some time. Maybe this won't be the last you see of them. And remember that you've got an entire dungeon underneath the city to explore as well. I could probably explore the entire dungeon in 4 days, but now it's time to deal with the main quest. The tea shop awaits. Let's read some books. Why are you in here? Oh, she's looking over the documentation. I would also like to look over the documentation. Dude, if I find Magic Hand, no treasure is out of reach from me. There will be no treasure out of reach from me. I'm gonna be blowing like 3 spell slots. Arcantos Awaken. That's day 2, March 23rd, 27 PE. Your muscles strain as the second day begins. Today you need to gather more evidence. This mystery will not solve itself. I had the weirdest dreams. Do you? The stress of a new job? Get yourself together. New city, new tower, new bedroll, new-ish. You'll be a little scatterbrained. It is what it is. Some say dreams are the mortal's mind's way of receiving divinations, but that's bullshit. Just don't think about it, okay? I'm not feeling too good. This is literally how you feel, like, 50% of the time. More sleep would help. Perhaps tomorrow. I fell asleep quickly. 'Cause you are, and were, exhausted. Gotta keep running around if you want to get shit done. Ignore those tired legs. Keep on running. Who cares if I actually complete this mission or not? Your patriarch, for one. There are rumors that the Law Lord is putting a lot of pressure on your superiors. The Law Lord is the magistrate handling judiciary rulings, stockades, archiving culture, the Earth Guard, as well as anything esoteric. Currently held by Swentil Alamacan in the Palace District. Alamacan was one of the last Earth folk houses to arrive after the founding of Norvik. They originally went east during the Coast War, but a handful of them survived and fled to Norvik with several Arcanist artifacts. Today they're highly revered in the city, the Third Lord Patriarch Hugger having been their bloodline. Yeah, Almacan has been very thorough in his management of the Earth Guard as of late, in preparation for this foolish election. If you cause trouble, if you don't handle this, there will be trouble. Even more so than last time. Last time was bullshit, everybody knows it. You just didn't handle it with style. Next time will be different. Somehow you doubt that. Though simple pattern recognition. Through simple pattern recognition. And the day begins. How about we read a book? Beyond Reads by Meridoc Moonwatch. You open it, hoping for an interesting take on coastal travel. Instead, you're immediately met by a pop travel guide. Ah, fuck. It's written by famous freestrider Meridoc Moonwatch, a trade prince of the Free Cities. Moonwatch is a famous family of revolutionaries and reeds. They were one of the few powerful houses that managed to brand themselves as non-magicrats and were thus spared, in some sense revered. The introduction is styled as a personal note to the reader. They began doubling down on ads. Moonwatch uses a very casual language to convince you of his expertise. It's also filled with freestrider propaganda. It's only propaganda if you disagree with it. That is actually true. At least this helps spread freestriderism across the coast. I can't read this straight. No, you can't. This is trite. So I should close it. Yeah, might be for the best. You put the book down in the pile. Humans, A Brief History. A history book by scholar Tim Almacan, sorry. It is marked as official goods of Bronze Banner University. It was printed here in Norvik, in the last year of the Arcane Era 511. Bronze Banner University is the largest public scholarly facility in Norvik, supported by the state and often the location of political upheaval these days due to student protests. 3 ads might be possible soon? That's fucking awful. I might as well turn on ads then, because then I might be able to set it to low. This is 28 years ago. Oh, awful. I don't want to do that. You guys should use ad blocker. Don't I know this history already? This book does not have an opinion. Skim through it. The first chapters regale the story of humans entering Jor, along with various origins that have been discovered. Most humans who arrived in Old Dimenor came as dragon servants during the later stage of the Fate Era. Although the book also goes into the modern refocus and attempting to avoid the clear anti-dragon biases that infused all historical documents on the topic, humans were brought to Jor from various outer worlds as workers, fodders, soldiers, and worshippers. Some were made to live in glorified internment camps, some lived as loyal subjects in the royal halls. The stories of early human existence on Jor are as varied as those of today. We were slaves, yeah, but each dragon was a different master. It then spends a full chapter going over the Draconic Civil War during the Divine Era and the resulting rise of Dul and Dim. The Draconic Civil War, the great conflict which raged between dragons during the Divine Era, it directly caused the power vacuum which was filled by first gods and later arcanists. Skip ahead. You arrive at the Coast War. Its destructive quality impacted human civilizations as much as it did the coast itself. In short, as the Arcanists rose to ever greater power, humans journeyed into Old Dimenor during the Great Consolidation. An offer of power and wealth to all men, no matter your background, was attractive to say the least. An event that took place during the mid-Arcane era and lasted approximately 50 years. Arcanists in need of more manpower organized mass immigration from all corners of the coast. All humans of any origin were invited to join the various magicratic cities. Fails to function under an ad blocker, however. Ugh. At its end, approximately 90% of all humans were wiped out. Only a few clusters of offshoot communities survived the onslaught. The book contains a solemn list of those human cultures that were fully destroyed in various curses, void bombs, and intrahuman genocides. They love money. Don't we all? In its final chapters, the book switches topic to instead focus on the various humans, who are still identified as unique phenotypes within the human folk type. Some smaller groups across the coast have no clear lineage to draconic slavery, but whether that is due to some other origin is unknown. Those who survived the Coast War. Whoa! Alright, how about the Landbauer? Butter. Agrarian humans in Vorgony. Many formed entire cities on floating hills and are known for their shamanistic cultural practices, great primal spellcasters. They're described in the book as tall, having intermingled with the local giants, with either white or black hair, prominent nasal features, and a distinct tanned freckled skin. The stereotype is a Vorguni farmer is either going to be the most beautiful person you've ever seen in your life, or the most horrendous troll-looking ass. No in-betweens. A major portion of the Landbauers were forcibly drafted during the late stage of the Coast War, and it destroyed their demographics, despite the war itself never reaching their far inland country. Today, they're slowly recovering, and on the fence between industrialization or keeping to their agrarian roots. How about the Yanju? Oh, let me take a break. I'll be right back. Listen to the funny music. Listen to the funny. Bricks, you say? Bricks, you say? Interesting. Interesting. The bricks. He's eating the bricks. Hit the bricks, buddy. And he means eating them. Known as the greatest of human warriors of the Fade era, these humans... Oh, hello, by the way. These humans are known to inhabit both Divinitorum and parts of the northern Ascani during their service to the Red Dragon Aesith, also known as Men of Fire and River. Although the book laments the lost spelling of their original name, which seems to originate in the same tongue as the Owlfolk of Divinitorum. During the Great Consolidation, all these humans either left their original homes or were forced out by Celestials, dwarves, elves, and trolls, and more. They are described in the book as short and dark-haired with various skin hues. Historical documents seem to indicate that those of Fire and those of River were two entirely separate people who have been clumped together over time due to their similar facial features, although records indicate the two might come from entirely different origin worlds. They are sometimes derogatorily called the Dwarves of Reeds, as their masterful craftsmanship is unrivaled among the ashes of the Coast War, and they're kinds of short. How about Earthfolk? Pale, generally brown-haired, and tall humans whom the book makes clear were a very tiny minority among the many people of Old Diminor. They originally appeared to have served a dragon named Bellum, but no historical sources exist of that name beyond the oral tradition of the tribe itself. The only thing that makes the Earthfolk unique is their expertise on shipbuilding, and their choice to flee their homeland before a curse bomb ruined it forever. Jeez. These people then went west and conquered Ascani thanks to their god Earth, which the book does not go into detail about and instead points towards many other sources. Today, Earthfolk account to around a quarter of the entire human population on Jor. Avalindi. Sometimes called the Blades of Blood City Bay, these humans live across the white plains and sands deep inland in Feltyre. They're rare to find along the coast and are described as looking similar to people of the mountain, dark-skinned and stout with clear red eyes and broad noses. Famously, they run several of the greatest forges on the coast, having earned them the name throughout many of the Feltyre's most dire conflicts purely as arms dealers. This chapter explains how their expertise with guns especially brought them notoriety during the Coast War until the Powder Curse. One of Jor's laws of magic, in short, certain chemical compounds react strongly to Jor's strings, often causing volatile reactions. The Arcanists of Diminor grew their power by circumventing these laws, making use of powder knights, an early Coast War class of soldiers obsolete with the invention of the spell Heat Powder, a first-level transmutation spell enforcing the Powder Curse on a visible target. Diminorians. A pale, dark-haired, and stereotypically gaunt human who served the great Mad Drake Alganoth within the plains of Inner Diminor. Alganoth, the great white dragon of Old Diminor, he's famous for his paranoia causing the first outbreak of the Draconic Civil War. They spawned many of the original Arcanists, make up a large portion of the surviving Reedsian human population. If someone says that human looks Reedsian, they usually refer to the pale skin and black hair. Imagine Viskin, that's your typical Diminorian. Paolona, a small religious human people who thrive within the heartlands of Heiji. They are sometimes called the Great Human Hunters. Did I see a corpse today? I have not seen a corpse today. Maybe one day. While few in number due to their constant struggle against demonic forces, as all people of Heiji are prone to do, the Tawalona live within a sacred spire on the eastern Grand Mesa. They are described as tan, tall, and famously naturally attuned with primal forces, some compared with the agrarian landbower, but sources indicate they are very different in both origin and cultural practice. How about the people of the mountain? These are the followers of the Golden Horde, a vast group of humans who live upon the Holy Mountain. A short name for the singular infinite mountain set along the coast in Divinitorum, one of those natural world wonders or whatever. While secretive, they have become less isolated during the last few decades of celestial expansion, and can today be found on rare occasion in various cities across the coast. They're described as dark-skinned with black or white hair and eyes that indicate their position of hierarchy among their kind. No pupils means they are an attendant, glowing eyes means a gate lord, and dark eyes indicate they hold a lower placement upon the slope. Whatever that means. Just like the Chamar lady you met. Certs. Typically stout and red-haired humans who serve the great Tizildanner in western Diminor. Tizildanner, the great green dragon, supposedly the original green dragon on Jor. Her reign was long, and her fall ushered in the end of the Draconic Civil War, as well as the beginnings of Arcanist rule in Old Diminor. She ruled in what is today Ilum Forest. Most famously, both Calum Diminori and Doug Dolandim originate from this culture. The book also mentions that this phenotype could be found in most surviving human populations along the coast today, due to their prominence in the early Arcane era. You've probably got some Cert blood in you. You are approximately 1/10 Cert. See? Nice. Check the chapter on Japanese, and almost mythical human peoples of the secretive realm of Yim. The so-called Japanese have been a popular topic of fiction since their discovery in the early mid-Arcane era. The Japanese, the mysterious human people of Yim, who live in an isolated kingdom upon great plateaus deep inland. You too were swept up in the samurai phase during your early years. Oh, the Japanese, I see. The book explains how rare it is to see one of their fabled ambassadors travel across the coast, but so far, due to the magically isolated nature of their kingdom, not much is known of their nature. You put the book back in the pile. Earth and Toll. Founders. You find the book that's been unfortunately ruined by moisture at some point, but some of it is still readable. Skim through it. The general gist you get is Earth is born in Old Dimenor, he saves his people from the curse bomb, they flee their ruined land to Ascani, Earth with his brother Toll and a long list of helpers including dwarves and many others destroy the evil Troll Empire and conquer their city. Toll is Earth's brother and mythical explorer of Ascan, founded several towns along the River Torna and famously never returned from his expedition to the Infinite Wastes. There's a mention of Borgo Darrow, the first paladin of Earth, with a quick summary of his life. He founded the Earth Guard, he began the illustrious bloodline of House Darrow. He was known for his vow to never succumb to any wounds in battle, and ironically, he died of a heart attack at the age of 40. You also spot the name Cran on one page, talking about the Goblin Warrior's service to Earth, how he joined during the Goblin Wars. Cran was the Goblin Traitor, the one who signed the Goblin Treaty giving away everything to Earth after the Goblin Genocide. Sometimes Goblin invoke his name to call another Goblin a human lover. That's the first half. The second half is all about how they built Norvik. Though you can't see when the book was published due to the immense damage to the paper, you do notice how it ends, not with Earth's death, but with the leaving of Toll. No one knows for sure why, but Toll ended up leaving to go on an expedition to the Endless Wastes far inland. He never returned. You closed the book and put it back in the pile. Hello. I can behold you again. Oh, a celestial, these nuts! Level 10 angel, lawful neutral. Cold, stern, glorious. She follows the orders, the type of orders that grant eternal fulfillment. There's a sadness in her existence, broken wings, stuck among lesser beings. What does she seek? When an angel falls, she ceases to exist. She's transformed. This creature does not seek redemption or emancipation, she seeks purpose. You mean to tell me the Japanese are real? That's what I'm saying, man. A tear does not need to be here. Something binds her to the earth, to Norvik. It's not esoteric, not in any sense of the word. It must be a difficult being, to live between worlds like she does. Perhaps one day she will understand this world. Celestial appears to focus on our work, a stack of many, many documents with many eyes. There's no acknowledgement of your presence in her many, many eyes. She's avoiding eye contact in an effort to avoid conversation. None of them are looking at you. What are the odds? I'm busy. Just look at her documents. They're detailed notes about the tea shop. How dutiful. One of many eyes glares at you for a second before it rotates past. Muster up the courage to ask her about Earth. Oh my fucking god. You clench, the angel's presence causing you to shake. The body does not hold, it cannot stand her overwhelming aura of divinity. Could it be that she's a hot woman? Or the divine aura? Either or, really? Shake and also shiver. Cleric, I'm busy. Move on. You gotta try again later. This is important. Can you cast spells? She just keeps working. Most Celestials have innate magical abilities. Okay, bye. Oh, I can reroll. I can reroll! I got 17 of these bad boys. Nope, we'll do it later. Another time. We gotta go get our boy. I guess we can go into the Darrows now, since she's just not... Oh, never mind, we can't use that door at all. Never mind. Alright, let's go get our boy. I can re-roll everybody, though. Now that I'm here. Oh, everybody's moved around. I guess that makes sense. Why wouldn't they? Let's go get our boy and investigate the tea shop. You there. You there. You there, string player. Missed nearly. Cave goblin. Another goblin. This one's looking to escape. Dude, hitting the funny, huh? We hitting the funny? Oh, let's go get our fucking boy before we do anything. What's with the fucking... Go, 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 dude, go! He's down in the... I don't need to go to Waterlane, I gotta go to Pillar Crossing. The fastest way to Pillar Crossing would be Tolstad South. Hey man, I talked to your brother. He's kind of a bitch ass. What's this? Hang on. Trifle me. Oh! Ooh! Secret path! I see. This takes guts. The walkway does not follow the Safety Council standards of 22. Oh, no. Don't slip. Huh. Oh. 4 crowns, you say? All that for a drop of blood. We almost have enough money to get our tome back. A dark magics. How does one hit the funny? You've never hit the funny before? You're missing out, man. There's no devil here. Everybody's moved on. Please don't tell me that assassin's down. Snell! Snell, I need you, Snell! Snell! Snell, come back to me! Oh, the esoteric door is gone. Is this Snell's place? RNA. Rah. It's always good to have a companion. Morning, cleric. The goblin rubs his eyes. You ready to head out? Yeah, more or less. The goblin collects his things, strapping a pouch to his hip, adjusting his jacket. By the way, yesterday with Darrow... Thanks. Doesn't make much of a difference to people like him, but seeing you stand up to Darrow like that... priceless. Anytime. I hate his type. Oh yeah? What type? Nobleman. Ah, yeah. Silver spoon in his mouth, thump his ass. What? Too much? Nah, it was funny. Just haven't heard that expression before. Perfect. You learn something new every day. Oh boy! Finally, Snell puts his pouch inside his inner jacket pocket. Oh, crowns! That seems like a fair amount. Snell has joined the party. Alright, let's fucking do this, dude. Let's hit the day. Day 2, we finally have access to the tea shop. There's all kinds of things we can do. We can walk around, get rerolls on people, interact again. Let's go check the price of the book, though. Let's go check the price of the bag. We could just walk around for now. Who the fuck are you? Oh, it's Thalasus. It's Thalasos, the oppressive landlord. I rolled a 3. Not getting anything out of that guy. He's fishing again. Look at this dork, fucking fishing. Hang on. An entity. Highly uninteresting. Vixand. Vixandy's nuts. What's going on here? A potted mushroom tucked away in the corner. Oh, mine now? Did you just rip those mushrooms out of a pot? Why did you do that? It was cultivated there. It was a potted mushroom. I'm not sure why I did that. Nature is yours to mold. Someone worked hard cultivating those, and now you've just taken them. Stop it with the servant, by the gods. You'll put these plants to better use, just take whatever you want. Can I put them back? No, you'll have to live with it. Literally no one will care. Somebody's gonna fucking care, dude. We have a ton of healing items. The biggest problem is that we get owned so easily. Hello, Lady Sageleaf. I need to analyze your body. I can trifle you. I can trifle you for pixie dust slush. Your ring of regen. 22 dex check. No thanks. No thanks. Behold. A 2. I would prefer a DC 30, but that's not going to happen. Forest goblin moment. She's gone. Where'd she go? Mind if I take your things? I'm taking more of your mushrooms. Back after lunch, your mom. Mind if I take some of your ingredients, like this apple and this... Oh, thank you. You're the best, girl. Back after lunch, these nuts. Yeah, let's get back out onto the city street. Let's get back up there out on the city street, and let's continue on our little journey. I don't think we ever went to Lowtown. We should have went to Lowtown. Maybe I'm bad. Pray me. 8 spells. Bless, charm, not bless. We'll do everything except bless. Just kidding, we're actually going to do everything including bless because we're so fucking smart, dude! We're so fucking smart! Can I analyze this again? What are we thinking, Snell? It's a rock. Interesting observation. I suppose not. Can I analyze that cat? A black cat. I cannot. I need talk. Talk with creatures, one of the spells I don't have, and I don't remember who you get that from. Oh, Viskin. Viskin. Brother Viskin. What up, killer? Been a while. Been a while, Visknuts. How's it going, Visknuts? Roll me. 13, 14? Better than nothing. Level 9 Rogue Kobold. This one's quite hostile. Stay on your feet. His expressionless eyes seem to keep watch all the time. He's obviously determining where to strike you to die as quickly as possible. How humane. Viskin! Mind if I intelligence roll you for almost a perfect fucking 20? He's natural evil. Oh! This is an ancient man. One forgotten, misplaced in time. You may learn much from him if you stay in his good graces. Couldn't be higher than 6th level spell casting. Would it? Trifle. What's he got? Ah! The mind expansion! 15 dexterity check is no small check. Figure out what's weird about this guy. That's a failure. I don't mean to impose. Oop. You there, kobold. I've stolen your crossbow. I've stolen your crossbow. You there, kobold. Your crossbow is mine. You there, child. They're gonna let me... Oh, more people throw more shit in the trash? Somebody threw 3 apples in the garbage? Why would they do that? That's precious trash. That's precious trash you're throwing away. He's a jumpy fellow. Survivor type. Type of kid that's used to making it on his own. Hey man, I trashed your fucking brother. 2? Fucking god. DC 24 though, that's crazy. Bird. Glorious seagull. Alright. Let's head to the center of town and find out what this nerd's about. Oyugi Kargamasian Vendor. God, I am not rolling tonight, dude. Gone. Not even a little. Oh. They're not gonna let me interact with this hat at all, huh? Wild. Trifle me. Oh! Well, don't mind if I do. Comprehend languages? That's a good one. He is the traitor, huh? Bone dust. The Ring of Spent Wishes is +2 charisma. Armet is charisma and strength, but less wisdom and intelligence. Empty Efriti bottle. Advantage against elementals. That could come in handy. But I have spells, so... Hello! Beneath the shadow of a gnarly statue sits a girl wrapped in colorful garment. She's wearing some sort of hat with an attached veil covering her face. On the ground around her, upon a fancy rug, you see an assortment of strange trinkets. Some of them have quite potent esoteric auras. She tries to say something, but is clearly unable to due to the heavy layers of insulation. Sorry? She lifts up a small arm from underneath the layers, ripping the hat mask from her face. I said, gods, it's so cold here. You see how her skin is faint blue tint. That, along with her small figure, makes it obvious to you. She is a halfling. One of the Stormblood descent, originating from the Windcrack Mountains, which is a mountain range in eastern Kargamesh that holds an esoterically hollow cavernous biome, famous for its harsh winds and the surprisingly flat steppe at the bottom near around the gravity flip. The gravity flip being the powerful esoteric effect, keeping a perfect gravity balance between the coast and the undercoast. Also uses the name for a specific layer in which the gravity flip occurs, which is around 3 to 5 miles beneath the sea level on both sides. Try Death Road to Canada? There's a pre-mod where you can make custom characters. Sounds cool. I've never heard of Death Road to Canada. Oh cool, you're an elemental. You carry that thing around? Would that impress you? She taps the statue behind her with an evil grin. Let me introduce us formally. This here behind me is my guardian. Cruel Wing Cruelty? Flying Evil. Something like that. I call him Fleur. A gargoyle. Earth elemental. Terribly powerful. You got a gargoyle bodyguard? Yeah, fancy, isn't it? As for me, I'm Oyugi, the traveling wind. $50? Damn. She who brings that which tingles around the coast from band to band. My services are available to you if you have the coin. I don't have coin, I'm poor. Oh, in that case, I'll be here if you need me in the future. In case you find yourself with this, what you call it here, crown, yes? The goblin clears his throat and gives the halfling a bow. So you're that Kagramartian vendor that came by the other day. Oh, I'm popular then. She gives the goblin a glare. You're affiliated with this dragon I hear about. Yeah, everything work out with the application? It did. Send my regards to the queen. She's not a... Sure, I'll do that. He gives you a nod and steps back. What do you say, warrior? Make my time worth it here in the cold? You got a license to sell wares? It's a powerful spell you're using to speak my language. It is! Oh, don't worry, I'm not a great wizard. It is skin picture. Alright, what do you call it here? You have a specific term for it. Some words do not appear to translate properly. She taps her lips and looks at you. An esoteric tattoo? Tattoo, that's the one. I paid a lot for it in Heiji. Fun fact, the inking was actually performed by a mummified frog woman. An Anura. They are an Antispalian people, beasts of Jor. How much was it? 12,000 snips. That is about 1,000 crowns, if my brain calculation is correct. Who you voting for in the election? I heard there was an election ongoing. I'm lucky to have arrived at such an exciting time. So what you voting? I only just arrived, warrior. Now I have visited Norvik a few times before, but I don't believe that constitutes for me receiving voting rights, does it? I think it should, why not? I can see a handful of reasons why a city should not hand out citizenship or voting rights to anyone who visits. Name 3. Okay, she thinks about it for a second. A foreign power could move in their own people and undermine the locals. It would be much easier for parties to fake the existence of entire people and fudge election results. And I suppose it could lower the value of citizenship from an emotional standpoint of view, if nothing else. Everyone should vote in our elections. Good points. You came up with those quick. I often debate such topics in my travels. It's fun. Now, if I did have voting rights, I'd vote for the Ascalists, I think. I admire the spirit of cooperation I've seen between humans and dwarf. Sometimes I wish more people in my homeland shared the same values. We'll be sure to spread Escalism far and wide once we win this election. She gives you a kind smile. I like the sound of that, warrior. I really like the helmet up there. Why is it hanging off your statue, friend? Ah, it's just a warning. Last adventurer who tried to steal from me left it behind. You can buy it if you want. If you dare. Why do you call me warrior? And that's what you are, is it not? Might be a bad translation. You prefer Dreamweaver or Holy Boy? No, they're both wrong. Ah, well, I'll stick with warrior. Tell me about yourself. Oh, you want the deep dive. Real deep. Well, where to begin? I've had many experiences in my travels. If it might lead you to purchase one of my items, then I will share. What's your view on the Clanland trouble? My view? She looks around her shoulders. Off the record? Off the record. In that case, I'm entirely sympathetic. The Fortnite Commonwealth has been broken in half, thousands subjugated into hostile foreign invading nation. My people fought for their independence for decades. What I see here is a repeat of Kargameshian history, played out right now upon the Golden Line. We stand by our Ascani cousins. You worried about celestial influence? As a merchant, I can tell you firsthand of their power across the coast. Every port, every trade route, every company. They have investments everywhere. I too support the Clanland independence. Our halfling neighbors must be helped. Good to hear, warrior. Good to hear. I'd like to browse your shop, your wares. Great. What can I interest in you in, for example? She pulls out a yellowed scroll from her chest. This here is the Scroll of Comprehend, languages. Handy if you need to decipher some ancient text or speak with a foreigner. Oh, I can haggle her down. Esoteric shards. Scroll of Comprehend languages is 100 gold. 500 crowns for the empty Afridi bottle. The helmet is 300. 10 pieces of incense is 200. 120 for the bone dust canters, and the dream patch is 90. Elven ointment being 280. Damn, dude! Damn! I mean, comprehend languages is that's a spell and a half to have, but I would rather my spell book, to be honest. Alright, let's go get our boy up there. Good. Golly gee gracious, man. 5,000 cigarettes for real. After this, we're gonna go in and analyze our boy again, and then we're gonna go see our book. Trifle me. The Flower Crown! Advantage against plant-based individuals. You hear a tune dance on the cold Ascani wind. Melancholy. You see, on the edge, a goblin. She has a flower crown on top of her ruffled dark hair and is playing an exotic instrument. For a goblin to produce such a melody. Listen for a bit. Oh, those poor few dreams, wrought in zeal and doubt, shepherds brought far to western shores. Our hardy cradled by gracious river, then should the blessed earth, so cool and stout, raise a city from ruin, a home from night. Interrupter. The moment you open your mouth to speak, the goblin stops plucking her strings. Ah! She stares at you with wide eyes. Hey! Hey! Her frustration is palpable. Hey! She was about to berate you, but stopped herself. Afraid of the law? Hey. Hey, do I need to stop playing, or what? There are no laws against public performance in the Tolstad district. No, it was a good song. Ah, thanks. The girl is suspicious of you. Understandable. You with this weirdo? She asks Snell. Something like that. He looks embarrassed. You feel sweat forming somewhere within your helmet. You try to keep your eyes off her instrument. What are you looking at? You what? The rhythm, the tone, the general noise of it. You truly yearn for music. Ask for a song. Careful, don't be awkward about it. Do I have to? No choice, buddy. Tummy's gotta do what Tummy's gotta do. Try not to ask. Your body falters. You attempt to seal your lips. She slowly turns away from you. Okay, fine, I'll ask. You will. The goblin glances at you awkwardly. You take a deep breath, it hurts. Hello? Hold on, I'm having a moment. Okay? Now, demand it. The corpse requires it. It needs music. Sing me a song, a goblin! Her eyes turn dark. You think I take requests? Yes, please. Well, I don't, so no thanks. Fucking ouch. No. No! She must! Prove your skills to her, start dancing. Your legs start moving in a barely functioning manner. Her mouth agape, she looks at your pathetic movements. What are you doing? Wouldn't this work better with music? Stop, I'm not gonna play for you. Oh. She sighs as your convulsions come to a stop. Do you actually want something, or are you just here to annoy me? Ask her about the flowers on her head, they're pretty. About the flower crown, yeah? What is it? Just some flowers I picked. Why do you ask? I want it, it's cool, I like it. Thank you, it took some time to bind them together. Why didn't you say the correct thing? Don't you want it? Breathe heavily and stare at it. I mean, you're here to talk with Lady Sageleaf, right? Maybe. I owe her some money, rent money. Can you ask her to give me an extension? Uh-oh. I just need to play a decent gig, then I can pay her. Extension? An extension so I can pay her later. Maybe a week? Yeah. Convince her to give me another week to pay and I'll give you my flower crown. Then you've earned it. That sounds like a quest. Can you grant me this quest? Okay, good luck. A quest! But for some damn flowers? You know this goblin, Snell? Of course he knows me, we still live together. Oh. Not like that. Same cluster, you know, like a daycare. Goblins have very different family structures than humans. They sort of share responsibility over the kids instead of taking them on by themselves. Even after the genocide, they still can't adapt to life in Norfolk properly. You like brother and sister? Not that close. It's more like distant cousins. Something like that. Either way, we've got work to do. You a local bard? Wouldn't use that term. I'm just a player, a musician, make my living in taverns. Is it a good living, being not a bard? She gets a look of disgust on her face. No? No? No. Good tips only come so often. I'm an artist. I get enough to keep working on my tunes. Not a crown more. Sounds like a bard to me. Why not call yourself a bard? Because it'd be weird. You don't go around calling yourself a wizard, do you? She clearly does not know much about spellcasters, but I am a wizard. She looks away for a moment, seemingly letting your comment hang in the air. She mutters to herself, why do I always attract the crackpots? She lets out a sigh. There used to be a ton of real bards in the arcane era with real magic music. Esoteric music. Nowadays, it's much more rare, though I've met a handful of various taverns. But not me, so no need to register me as a spellcaster or anything. I'm just a normal musician, thank you very much. There are indeed magical performers across the coast. They're not so rare, if you know where to look. It's a very interesting conversation. How does one become a magical musician? Good question. I have no idea. Maybe you should do some research into that if you care so much. Maybe you should. Are bards always music-oriented? Yeah, I've only met musician bards, but I've heard there are all kinds of spellcasting bards. There's a famous story about a playwright bard. Are there lots of cool bard-only spells? I don't know that, cleric. Once again, I'm not a spellcaster. Okay, I want to become a bard. Okay, sure. What kind of bard? That's yet to be decided. She sighs. Great, good luck with that. I'll do my best. Are you really supporting my bardic journey? You know what? Yeah, why not? I'm in full support of you becoming a bard, cleric. Good luck. What's the wooden thing you're holding? It's an instrument. Is that helmet on backwards? Rude. It's not. To be precise, it's an Elysian lute. It's said to act as a tiny portal to the Fey realm when played just right. Can I try? No. Please? No. She's annoyed now. Great, keep pestering her. Awesome work. What was that song? Just an old folk tune. You never heard it? No. People request it all the time. It's one of those gotta knows, you know? When do you play? You want to come listen? Not quickly. How fun! I'll play at the Drunken Sphinx tonight. If it goes well, I might put on 1 or 2 more shows before the election. You can show up if you want. Please tip me if you do. Are you really a goblin? What gave it away? You playing quite well. Goblin usually wouldn't, or what? Nah, she's got... Dick? I deserve that. Yeah, you did. Yup. Did you have something else to ask, or can I keep playing? Who you voting for? Now that's a question. Why'd you ask? I'm learning about politics. Okay, but you do see how you asking that is a bit pointless? Really? Yeah, really. If a city cleric comes up to someone and asks them for their political opinion, it would take a very special kind of person to not just say what the cleric wants to hear. What I want to hear? Yeah, you have a bias, obviously. Bias? You're smooth. A slick cat. You just say what you want to say. No bias in that. You mean the whole working for the city thing? No, that's no biggie. She holds out a claw with a confused expression on her face. Uh-huh. So getting money from one of the electoral powers won't make you biased? Doesn't mean I like their politics. Really? Then what is your politics? Careful now. If you get it right, she might grant you information. This charade. You know exactly who should rule. The Askalists have a good point to make. Sure, one good point, and the rest is a bunch of bullshit. But hey, at least they're not a fascist. Can I keep playing now? Bye. I gotta quest her, I gotta talk Lady Sageleaf down on the taxes. Oh, whoa! I can take root as an Askalist? It's terrible. The type of discrimination faced by your kind these days simply because of ignorance. But you will take it all in stride, for the peasants don't matter one bit. Yeah, I'm a wizard. I must stand above them, for I am the greatest arcanist of this generation. Such words would have the populace sneer at you, all due to the Coast War. But remember, a genius does not concern himself with the opinion of the small mind. Take on the realm, master the Esoteric. Become the God Emperor Wizard of Norvik. It is what you deserve. A man of your talents must be appreciated, feared, admired. They will grovel for a glimpse, a fleeting glance of a spark of your great flame. Come on, really? Have you seen your dance moves? Don't go there. You don't have a choice, baby. The only logical path here is obviously that you, beautiful, dumb, loving brute, you, are a bard of the greatest magnitude. A bard that will bring great art into this world, to seek the grandest lore and use it to fine-tune your performance. Primarily, for the sake of gaining love and admiration and respect and all that good shit, and so on. Lore-seeking bard, God Emperor... Tell me more about this God Emperor wizard. Your main talent is your incredible grasp on magic. You should use it. God Emperor Wizard is the amount of spells you can prepare is increased by an extra proficiency. Saving throws made by targets are also rolled at disadvantage. That's so fucking strong. Rolled at a disadvantage for saving throws on spellcasting? Wow! Lore-seeking bard. You really should improve your dance moves if you want to make this your main thing, so observe and learn. Your behold checks are rolled with an extra proficiency. Additionally, you gain an extra proficiency in flirting rolls. I mean, of course we're gonna be God Emperor Wizard. Come on, I'm a God Emperor Wizard. A good first step. Acknowledge your privilege, use it to subjugate the lesser beings around you. Soon enough, they will all bow down to your greatness. Feel like you've found yourself. That's a good one. I like this one. I'm a wizard. What can I say? God Emperor, Lady Fair, God Emperor Wizard. And of course... Oh, we're picking politics. The city has changed, and as are you. Hey! You've been doing great work out there. I'm assuming this is about the asking people about the election thing? Hell yeah! You know what that makes you? A herald. A democratic herald. Doesn't that sound nice? Oh, no, I don't like that at all. Too bad. I only ask for people because I'm interested in counteracting future democratic movements. Medium on the whole suffrage thing really shrug internally. Look, this is what the new world is all about. People talking to each other, sharing ideas, debating, listening. Every conversation is a little spark of democracy igniting. And you're fanning those flames. So here's the thing. All that talking, it's energizing. When you engage with people about what matters, when you get them thinking, discussing, caring, it fills you up, makes you feel alive. Tell me about the Democratic Herald. Every time you ask someone what they're voting for, you feel a surge of vitality. It's the excitement of democracy in action. Democratic Herald. You gain 1d4 hit points each time you ask someone what they're voting for in the election. I heal every time I ask someone. That's funny. Here's the thing. All that talking, it's energizing. Makes it... I don't get another choice? Great question. In this case, you're just way too aware of the fact that you have absolutely no chance of ever subverting, changing, affecting this particular democratic process. You obviously can't stop yourselves from spreading the word, no matter what the word is. So here's the thing. All that talking, it's energizing. When you engage with people about what matters, when you get them thinking, discussing, caring, it fills you up. Makes you feel alive. I guess that's it then. That's the spirit. Welcome to the new world, Herald. What a shitty fucking pose. Forgo this feat, dude. The Asgalis. There is Asgalism in your journey. Democratic Herald? I mean, yeah. I suppose in a way. I'm fucking floating on it right now, dude. Why am I over here floating on it? Alright, all that's good. Talked and talked and talked. Let's go talk to the corpse. And then we can... oh, head into the fucking cave. Well, we might try talking to Lady Sageleaf first. The Great Perch of Norvik. Hello, Tanashiro. What you doing? Just playing a video game. Just playing the funny video game. The election looms. 3 days remaining. What is it? 4 days until the election now? Correct. It is March 23rd. The election will occur on the 27th. We can still try and pickpocket his funny axe. And his crypt key. That's a good axe, dude. Citizen? Ah, 12 to 10. Yo. What level it is? Is it to pickpocket? 22 DC, no shot. I can detect alignment in any creature. Hey, Henry. Later, Graham. Thanks for stopping in, man. Have a good night. Hope you have a good one. Well, let's go talk to Lady Sageleaf first. I still got some time. 11:47? That'll be a good quest to pass the time a little. Excuse me, Lady Sageleaf. I have something to bring to your attention. There's that fucking crab. There's that fucking lobster again. Currently uploading a random speed run you recorded? Nice. Cleric, you've returned. Nearly's rent? Is this your garden? Who you voting for in the election? Treading to such volatile grounds and here in my chamber. No, I want to ask something. Smart. I mean, yeah. Really? It shakes. You dare ask of my political opinions? Yeah. Oh, well, I haven't decided. Oh! Her eyes dart around the chamber to her subjects. Then her gaze lands on you once more. Yet. That's the best answer you'll get. She knows what's up. You're not leaning in any particular direction, or... No. And I encourage every one of my subjects to think for themselves on what they wish to vote. She's incredible. A political tour de force, which is a term borrowed from Anurin. It's translated as feat of strength. I'm here about Nearly's rent. The lady laughs. She needs an extension by a week. Her laughter intensifies. Why would you care for my little songbird? Smitten, are we? She promised me a flower crown in return. Her eyes narrow. Why do you want a flower crown? It's cute. Another cackle escapes the dragon. Fine, I'll grant her an extension. It wouldn't be the first time, but in return you must do something for me. Her grin widens. An evil thought crosses her mind. She wants to control over you, spiritual, and physically. Dance for me, cleric. You hear chuckles echoing through the chamber. What? Dance. She's just bullying you, but why not do it? This might hurt your self-esteem quite a bit. Careful. You can do it. You're a master of physical orchestration. You can make them believe in you. Well, she asks with a broad grin, a little dance for dear Nearly's rent extension. What say you? She clearly does not expect you to actually do this. Do it. DC 18? Give them a show they'll never forget. You see Snell slowly shake his head to you. Yes! Your feet start tapping. Arms swinging. The music's just in your head. At first you hear chuckles, but they're drowned by the imaginary music soon enough. A step to the right, a step to the left. You remember the nights spent in Fig Alley? Those kids were older than you, their hair all enchanted with various cantrips, creating a forest of strange colors entombed in dwarven brickwork. Fig Alley is a street found in the lower valley area of housing. It's about a half a dozen dance halls, and it's pretty much the #1 party street in Norfolk, at least if you're poor. There's better places if you got actual status. The low valley area, just as it sounds, this is a place in housing where, almost like a ravine, the ruins fade away and a scar in the earth opens up. The 5 or so blocks found within are pretty much without sun or moonlight due to the steep surrounding slopes and all leaning, unregulated buildings. Pushing and shoving, heading to the back for sparkling water. They laughed at your jokes, you think. They laughed when you danced as well, but they let you stick with them. If you kept up, if you did what they asked, if you complied. One night, they left without you. You sat there with the half-empty glasses, the blaring beat of drums living inside your ears. So you got up and moved, alone. The floor was crowded, the troupe played loud, led by some Vorgeni screamer. That song still comes to you at night when you feel at your most lonely, and you remember that night. Screamer is a type of bard from Vorgeni, known for shouting spells through the valleys and across the floating landscapes. The night you danced alone, and it wasn't half bad. As you finish your modern fairy jig, no one is laughing anymore, their eyes lingering on you, having been clearly impressed by your precise footing and rhythm. At least impressed by your audacity. After only 2.5 minutes of this glorious performance, you stop right on cue. As the music in your head comes to a dramatic finish, you've reached it. Perfection. That was certainly a dance. Strike a stunning pose. You hold up your hand to your face and lean your hip to the right. So, the lady is shocked at this turn of events. She didn't expect you to actually do it, but boy did you prove her wrong. The extension? The lady sighs and waves her claw. It's granted, she can pay whenever she wants. Now please, your goblin companion looks perplexed. I'll be damned. You sure can put on a show, cleric. Now go speak with Nearly again. I'll be damned. You sure can put on a show, cleric. Very good, dude. Very good. Look at us. I did not think I was going to catch that roll. DC 18 check is crazy. Even on my charisma stat, which is like surpassed 20. That's insane. Alright, killer. Give me your crown. Melancholy. You again. About the flower crown, yeah? The goblin. I've spoken with Lady Sageleaf. Actually? Oh gods, I wasn't really serious. What'd she say? She extended your rent payment. She gives you a suspicious glance. She did. Can I have the flower crown now? But wait, she just did it? For what? Just out of the kindness of her cold heart? Just like that? She made me dance. She what? She told me to dance for it. And you did? Yeah. Her expression gets stuck somewhere between shock and laughter, unable to get a single word out. A cackle escapes her. She laughs for a long while, sometimes stopping to look at you with tears in her eyes. Eventually, she takes a breath and mutters, "Good gods, what has the world come to?" Thank you very much for dancing, cleric. It was very much appreciated. Yes, the goblin hands over the finely interwoven flowers. They'll suit your style perfectly. Okay, bye. The flower crown is mine. The flower crown is mine. Advantage against plant-based individuals. A crown of pretty flowers, most likely sourced from local gardens, gives you an air of homegrown understanding and elderness. Will make it clear you care about the forest and all its natural inhabitants. I'd say that's an accessory. The extra wisdom point I think would go a lot. Well, dampens high damage is still really good, but I can always cast... Oh, Ring of Protection is honestly really strong, though. Fudge. I don't know. Silly evil. It's the silly evil laugh. Goonku? Hello, Isaiah. Alright, that went pretty well. Alright, it's time to investigate. It's time to actually get the quest going. A crossbow I can't use. I'm gonna say... No, I can't roll a 22. There's no shot. That's not happening. I guess I would have to roll a nat 20 on it. That's not happening. I want to steal his axe and use it as a weapon, but... The tea shop. You approach the tea shop door once more. Right, tea shop. What's the plan, cleric? 25. DC 25 is crazy. Clear your throat and speak the password. Cardamom poison. Saying the words immediately causes the nails to jump out of the planks. The blue aura of the arcane lock spell just fades away. They fall to the ground one after another. You actually made it in? Well done. Is this my new Disco Elysium? No, Disco Elysium is my Disco Elysium. This is Esoteric Ebb. The goblin shakes his head. Cardamom. Your companion does not enjoy the taste of sweet, sweet cardamom. You don't like cardamom cakes, Snell? Makes a disgruntled noise. I don't partake, cleric. Beyond lies the ruined tea shop. You can smell it already. It's like you're looking into a burnt-out fireplace. The ash and cinder is all that remains. The goblin gives you a serious look. It's time, cleric. You get ready to step inside, your body begins to shiver. Keep your guard up, get ready to run. The tea shop awaits. The name of the tea shop is illegible. We're gonna get in there, we're gonna give it our all. We're gonna get in there and give it our all. The tea shop that blew up. Indeed. You managed to get inside the tea shop. It's time to investigate. It reeks. Only the stone base remains. Used to be a seating for customers. Along the wall you find a row of boots. Any textiles are obviously ruined, but the wood itself stands. Interesting. Your companion squats down and checks under the tables. Yup, it's fucked up down here too. Where should I look first? The left booth doesn't seem interesting. Snell checks the right one. Check the central booth. The militia loosed the whole place down, Snell says while lifting a coal-like wood piece, especially here in the front. It's all sludge. Gonna be hard to find any signs of anything. I'll continue looking at the central booth, I guess. You focus on this particular booth, or what used to be one. The textiles, once draped over the seating, have been turned to ash and charred along with expensive wood. The stone tables remaining standing for now, scorched like a dwarven architecture. Yeah, no, I'm not finding anything here. I'll check the other booths. He lifts his head and sniffs. Keep looking for now, but let's not waste too much time here. The row of booths are still there, still burnt to a crisp. Look over the debris carefully. Come on, dude! You spend 10 minutes searching the ruined booth. You spot nothing out of the ordinary. Ordinary being soot, scorched wood, and general ruinousness. Nothing, your companion says with a sigh. Can't find nothing. Gotta look elsewhere. I'm not rolling that. Focus on the charred remains of the table. Glancing over the scorched wood, you find it simply burned like everything else, barely existing. But it is wood. Intact wood, relatively speaking. The malicious attempt to stop the fire splashed everything with water as well, so all the soot is just sludge. It is still quite strong, wedged along the stone bench. Look at the ruined wood intensely. Yup, that's a table. If you don't keep anything to add, don't add anything at all. Come on, it's hard being quiet for this long. Go talk to someone. Might as well check how sturdy it is post-explosion. You lean in, you strain, it takes some effort, but soon you can hear the wood fibers twitching. It snaps. You hold a piece of wood in your hand. Companion gives you a confounded look. It wasn't ruined enough for you. Just a souvenir. Great, tea shop debris. Look at the piece of wood. It's been infused with fiery energies. Looking inside the burnt wood, you see the sliver of a live bracken. The thickness of the survived and burnt wood suggests a certain level of heat and firepower. If this was caused by a fireball spell, a regular 3rd level wouldn't do this kind of damage to bracken. Interesting. DC check 1. I'll have to do it again another time. DC check 1 success is funny. -1 wisdom as an item. A thick wood corner piece, it's bracken, the sturdiest timber around the coast, grown only in Ascon. Laughter and debate once filled these seats. A flipped table, that looks heavy. A miracle chamber has not completely collapsed. The only disintegrated thing in the central chamber is this stone slab. Not disintegrated thing. It's just very, very cooked. Table, it was once a stone table, now it says scorched as the rest of the tea shop. Maybe leave it alone, your arms can't carry that burden. Ah, yes, a table. Must have been flipped over by the force of an explosion. You want to flip the table? It's damn heavy, maybe we can do it together. Even with Snell, this is pretty heavy. There's something interesting here. Make sure to look around first. How the hell is this place still standing? Whatever content once filled the chamber has been pushed up against the cracked walls. The dwarven masonry is damaged in various locations, and every single thing in the chamber is burnt. This is the center, but where exactly did the explosion originate from? The stony lines, scorch marks, and general aesthetic makes this look like a dragon slayer. Beware! Beware! Check the debris. Just a quick search reveals nothing but charred rock and iron scraps. Remnants of furniture? Shelves? Maybe chairs? Pushed up at the corners of the room, a violent and sudden force of heat compressed it all. Check the iron beams along the walls. Once they stood straight, holding the ancient tunnel upright. It's a miracle this place hasn't collapsed entirely. You should probably leave. The ceiling, your heart beats quicker. You glance upward, finding the somewhat high ceiling in the chamber to be scorched but intact. This place will stand, for now. Could this be caused by a spell? Spells can cause most things. Very obviously, this chamber has been hit by a fireball spell, or any other type of equivalent explosive force. Your thoughts on this chamber, Snell? He removes his sleeve from his nose and mouth. It's a damn blast zone. Any theories? I'll tell you what I think, Cleric. I think, and I'm fairly certain of this, that a very powerful fireball spell was cast right on this spot. Clearly. But look, I'm no expert, but he has good intuition. Exactly how that would have happened is confounding to me, so let us both look over the debris and bring as much information as we can to the old lady. Great plan. Thanks. Localize the origin point. Fuck. You are surprisingly confused. Agreed. You spend 10 minutes simply looking around. There's clearly damage in the center of the chamber, and the force obviously pushed everything out towards the wall, but no matter where you look, there's no clear epicenter. You need more time on this. Nothing? Alright, we can take a break or something. He's frustrated. There is more. Far more. The fire spreading wildly, all directions. The center is many. I should leave the rubble alone. We gotta come back here, dude. We don't have any checks on. Broken teacups. On the floor beneath the shelf, you find a pile of broken porcelain. Damn, it's like a clump, he says and coughs a little. The heat must have been extremely intense at this spot to cause such an effect. Try to pick one up. Grabbing the edge of the cup reveals how stuck it is. You can't move it an inch. They've been deformed by the fire. The heat must have been thousands of degrees. Can I put water? It would only break, no use. No cups. You step behind the counter. There are compartments filled with ruined tin boxes. In the back, there's a complicated set of tubes, pipes combining into some type of tea-making machine. A brewer, not often you get to see those these days. For such a fine and expensive piece of machinery to break, a shame. I'll have a sweet with cream, please, Snell says nasally. He leans over the counter. Oh, make that half cream, actually. My tummy's sensitive today. He's making fun of humans and their love of milk. Not the best joke, but he'll like you more if you play along. We only serve hill-sourced oat milk, sir. The goblin looks at you, then looks at the counter, then looks at you again. That's called a double take. Good job. Look at his face. Pure shock. Good one, Cleric. Check the counter. For a short instant, he actually thought you were funny. Damn. Truly. Look at the surface. There's a slab of wood covering the stone base of the countertop. More like charcoal at this point. It was once finely sanded bracken. Now it's ruined. And the machine? Pipes and levers melted, glass shattered. That was once a fine work of engineering. And the pipes? Copper pipes. Expensive. Once shiny, now charred and bent. Handcrafted. You can see the markings of a round hammer crossing across it. A lot of care went into this machine. Check the copper chamber at the top. This is where you put the tea leaves in. As you lean in, you don't see much beyond some burnt muck through the cracks. You do smell something, though. And it smells awful. Your stomach turns. Why does it smell like that? It contains something foul. You don't know what. Move away. Do I have to? You really do not. Move away. You do so. And the output valve? There's a metal valve at the end. It's shut. It's only shut when it's brewing. That means it was working during the explosion. Open the valve. You try to turn the valve, but it bends at an odd angle. That's not how a valve is supposed to feel. It's stuck. Be careful. Only with the finesse can you tame a machine like this, because you're such an expert at that. You carefully put pressure on the valve as you turn the little lever. Suddenly, you hear a snap. A tiny piece of copper comes flying towards you, hitting your helmet with a dink. You totally let it do that. Once, well, there's more. Shit, step back. The valve bursts open, releasing an oozing pile of tea, ash, and God knows only what else onto the floor. Gods be damned, Snell mutters and holds his nose. The scent is particularly awful. Avoid. Avoid. Try to survive. 8 roll. 4 roll. Plus 4 roll monies, too. No! You smell the fetid, melted ooze. Your mind goes blank. Your mouth waters. Everything goes blank. Cleric! Did I faint? Yeah. That's not good. You will awake. The time is not yet, though. You open your eyes. Snell is standing over. You good? I'm good. I don't believe you, but cool. Let's keep going, okay? Alas, you persevere. The floor behind the counter is now covered in a layer of ashy mulch. What did I gain from this? A loud ding comes out of the machine as the last drip of ooze exits the canister. It's still operational, what the hell? More like leaking innards. After the bell, a box opens up at the top of the machine. Inside, you see dry tea leaves. It's the stem leaves. They're supposed to add extra flavor. And that's scent Ukul leaves from Kargamesh. Ukul is the jewel of Kargamesh, means endless pillars and primordial. A natural wonder of the world, an underground city where all elements live in harmony. Rivers of water and lava intertwine, clouds gather around a forest of enormous stone pillars. A paradise far from the coast and the undersea. This thing was ready to go. Doesn't that mean it was being used during the explosion? Possibly. Truly a possibility. Alright, well, that means those tea leaves are evidence. The goblin is correct. Evidence, huh? Yeah, pick the leaves, cleric. Oh, right, of course. Yeah, of course. Ukul leaves. Carefully place the dry leaves in your pouch. The goblin gives you a nod. Now can we please not hang around this goop? Chart box time. Box full of tea leaves. Oh, they're supposed to be. And the heat from the explosion has melted both the tin and its contents. It's just ash now. Was hoping for at least one of these would be intact. Selling tea is a legit side hustle. The margins are bonkers. Stop looking around the counter. Fucking God. -3 charisma, tea leaves from the tea shop machine was the last thing brewed before the explosion. Smells fucking awful. Alright, I gotta eat something tasty. Fucking jeez. Got my ass kicked there. Paper is apparently weak to fire. 3 shards of jor, though. Ascalism. It's the Ascalism. The tea that blew up the shop. I guess those are the 3 quests, huh? Esoteric Ebb to find out what the pillar does, the tea shop is the main quest, and then democratization is the democracy branch. These are the 3 things that are happening right now. Once there were shelves here filled with magazines. We've seen this type of construction before, in other city tea shops. Images of loud dwarves arguing over articles flash into your mind. The main draw of tea shops is the available outlet of magazines. Pay for an expensive cup and get access to the latest stories, win-win. You like reading, Snell? Sure, but not this garbage. Hard to read when it's burnt like this. Not. You shake copper signs. Just a bunch of lies and tall tales. Might be fun if you want to raise your blood pressure. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I'm sorry, cleric. Of course you would keep reading your gossip papers and propaganda signs. Your opinions are as valid as any other. Somehow you feel like an idiot for defending this shit. Hey, lies can be very entertaining. You don't have to believe them. Look at the clump of charcoal. Littered across the stone alcove, you see chunks of, well, charcoal. This used to be wood. Those stone shelves used to be wood front. Is there nothing readable left? Why would there be? Paper burns quite easily. But what if... Sure, maybe you'll find a magically fire-immune newspaper or something. That's right, you have to take a proper look before moving on. Great, just great. Search for something, anything. Plus DC 10. Esoteric pocket watch, jeez. And that's a failure. Nope, there's nothing. But it was worth a try. You sure about that? Claire, can we move on? I don't think the magazines are too readable at this point. Hello, you home? Your eyes cannot move away from the pile of ash on the shelf. You're frozen. You're blinded. Grabbed a string. You do so. You glimpse backwards. Your body's still unmoving. You've got no control. The goblin stands next to you, seemingly so used to you acting quite strangely that he doesn't even question it. Snell. Yeah? I think I've encountered the esoteric event. You gotta save me, I'm stuck. Wait, actually? I'm dying, Snell, help. He quickly kicks you in the shin. You regain all sense. Freedom. Okay, you all better now? Can you try not to get stuck in the esoteric events of the future, please? Yeah, alright. He's right. When he's right, he's right. You see an iron door under the rubble and soot. It blew the door off, but into the shop from this door. An iron door in the rubble. Late in the passage, the iron door has fallen off its hinges. Look at the corners, they're bent. Look at the bent corner. An incredibly high temperature must have been involved to cause this door to bend like this. It's been bent outwards, so clearly the origin point of explosion was in the back. The hinges are connected to the wall via thick iron nails. Typical dwarven design, they use metal known as hardstein on doors like this. A metal commonly used by dwarven engineers in the construction of Norvik. It's light but extremely durable. Melting point 2500. Looks like they've been ripped right out of the stone. Oh, wait. No, the iron's been bent as well. Interesting, then this was a combination of force and heat. An esoteric effect? Just a spell? Your bet is this was a high-tier spell. Figure out what could have bent this door. To melt iron like this, it would require incredible heat, especially for hardstein. You remember from your studies the art of the fireball spell. An awesome power, it was often used to horrific efficiency in the Coast War to eliminate entire legions. But to reach degrees hot enough to soften this iron, it would have to be a 7th level or higher. More realistically, considering how the flames have forcefully escaped from the back rooms by bending the door this way, 8th or 9th level. Fuck. Oh, time to trifles. A broken table? What's on the broken table? 27 crowns. Well, don't mind if I fucking do. 171, I can go get my spellbook now. Probably after this examination. A frame without a painting. A frame for a painting. The actual picture was obviously burnt away in the blast. It is iron. It remains. Sad to see it ruined like this. Yes, it's a tragedy. All art is sacred. You have no way of knowing if it was even beautiful. It could have been some horrific abomination of a painting. There's beauty in all art. Drivel. Such anti-canonical thought is exactly why art has lost its meaning. It was most likely just an LR who pays for actual art these days. LR is common shortening for light reflection, referring to the image capturing method of using the mirror cantrip and light cantrip simultaneously, in order to brand a surface with a perfect visual representation of whatever the mirror is reflecting. It's a popular and cheap alternative for painting. LR is matched paintings. Looks super realistic, very popular these days. Suckers, that's who. What sort of painting do you think it was, Snell? Drummer doesn't strike me as the type of guy to hang a giant picture of himself. What do you think? But it was a painting of a door. What? A door. Like to trick people. Trick people. A very realistic door. They'd walk into the wall. They'd go, hey, I can't grab this handle. Goblin glares at you. It'd be funny. Sure. Funny. Maybe we should keep looking for the actual clues. Good idea. It is. Look closer at the frame. Iron. Melted to hell, but still somewhat intact. Not as affected by the fire as some pipes you saw in the central tea shop chamber. Anything else? The frame holds nothing still. No sign beyond what's left by the flames. Okay. Alright, that's our fucking shitty, that's our shitty thorough investigation. We'll wait till tomorrow for it. To get our rolls back. But until then, I'm gonna go look at my book. One bike stands out to you. The stillness is here. You see anything a bit strange about this bike, Snell? No, it's a bike. He does not care. You want to know a secret? This is my bike. Seems to add up. He's implying that the rusty old bike suits you, which is true. I love this bike. Uh-huh. If I remember the key is, I can bring the bike with me. He takes it. First of all, don't ask me, you're an adult, do what you want. Secondly, how the fuck are you gonna take a bike around Tolstad? You gonna carry it? Up and down the stairs? The bike rack is set up here so that people can leave bikes before heading downstairs to Waterlane. I could do that. You could, yeah. If you find a pocket bike, that's another thing. A popular magic item, mass-produced during the late Arcane era, but is in dwindling supply these days. Leave this one be, Claire. We've got work to do. Goodbye, bike. I miss you. I miss you, Mr. Bike. Alright, well, then let's head down to Waterlane, then. If you want to be so fucking stingy about it. If you want to be so fucking stingy about Waterlane, let's go down to Waterlane. God. And go get my funny book. Gentlemen? Totally Tolpair. Who the fuck are you? To give me a 16 roll. Human Earthfolk, level 1 unemployed. He's the silent type. He thinks before he speaks. He also thinks he's very cool because of this behavior. There's an air of superiority. He has 5 strength minus 3. 13 charisma, though. He thinks he's above it all, even his friends. Hopefully he'll stop thinking about such things before it bites him in the ass. I haven't examined all of you guys. I got an 8. Human Earthfolk, a boy named after the dwarven word for rock. Earth Niece. This is a shitty kid, but kind of fun, too. And what's your deal? I know your stats. That might also be a worrying detail. Young men with little to lose and everything to gain are, historically speaking, a common driving force behind world-changing conflict. If the old guard nationalists do not represent them, if freestriderism does not support them, if Ascalism is way too progressive, then what phrase will these rumblings lead us along? Hey. I like your hat. Lord Cleric.
Huh.
Boys greet with a hesitant collective grunt and mumble. Oh, the kid mouths and glares at you. What are you doing? I'm here to fuck you guys up. This some kind of cult? Cult? Nah, it's a meeting. An important meeting. He looks to Sten Buskin, who gives him a shrug. Oh god, it sounds like a cult. It's not, I promise. Could you leave? What, are you mad at me? You see him nervously glance to his friends, who sit quietly, attempting not to meet your gaze. It's just, look, you really screwed us over in Water Lane. We'd worked hard to put a stop to that illegal newspaper for the city. It was a hard call. It was a hard call. Well, it was the wrong call, if you ask me. Now look, we're gonna start the meeting. Don't interrupt. He glares at Snell for a second. Alright, Norvikian Resistance members, thank you for attending today's meetings. Important meeting. Shut up, Goblin, says the lanky kid, and speaks a tiny fire from his hand. Sparks a tiny fire from his hand. You think you look cool doing that? Damn child. The magic boy clears his throat. Esoteric Initiate Earth Niece here. The large one stands up and raises his fist into the air. Sten Buskin here, yes. Don't shout, the quiet kid mutters. I'm here. Roll. He gives a nervous look to you, then he mutters, Master of Whispers. Your companion stifles laughter. I told you it was a bad title. It should be First Spy. No, that sounds like a magazine protagonist. And Master of Whispers doesn't? It was the official title of Earth Spy Master. Do I look like a master, he hisses, then goes quiet once more. Rolo awkwardly clears his throat. Also present is the visiting local Lord Cleric and his helper. Oh, I'm the help, am I? You're the best help, Snell, don't worry. Thank you, Cleric, he says with a tired expression. You guys seem organized enough. Thank you. We've worked really hard to help out before the elections. Just one small offshoot here in Tolstad, but there are tons of members in the Norvikian resistance around the city. It's a big political movement. He gives the 3 other kids a nervous look. I mean, we're getting there. He claps his fist to his chest. Meeting begins. The large boy cheers. Sweet! When do we go home? Home? No, there's not that much to talk about, right? My dad doesn't like when I stay out like this. The election's just around the freaking corner. He says freaking instead of fuck as a habit to not upset his sensitive parents. I've got a mission, a big mission, like actually. Do you mean a quest? Yes, exactly, a quest. I've received word from our contact, you know, the short guy with the weird beard? Resistance movement member? Yeah. We don't know too much info on the other groups, but there's this guy we call Shield Guard. He's in the palace. Probably a cleric. He knew magic and stuff. They sure tell you a lot for a secretive organization. Amateurs? Word? A letter. He dropped off a letter with the Resistance seal. Half of Earth's red eye and half a shield. It's really cool. It's really not. A halfling or a dwarf? Short human. What are the orders? Just like he told us about the chant being printed here in Tolstad, this time he let us know about another problem. An even bigger threat. Freestriders? No, wait, yes! Yeah, it's the Freestriders. Go on. He told me that the Ascani Reed's trade company, that's a Freestrider company, they apparently have some very important documents hidden in their offices on Waterloo. Specifically, a contract for a deal called the Harbor Accords. He wants us to... Actually, he didn't specify what we should do. He never really does, but he strongly implied that we should seize it for the state. You know, without being detected, stealthily. Tell me more about this contract. He wants you to steal from a Freestrider company? He wants us to seize it, stealthily. What do you know about this company? It's an evil Freestrider parasite, sucking the city from its resources. It's all made clear in our manifesto. Can I read it? Nah, it's members only. You only get to read the manifesto of the organization after you've already joined? Yeah. Since you've already invested at that point, you can't leave even if it's the wackiest manifesto since the hedonists. Hilarious. Don't join. What do you know about the buildings? I heard it's guarded pretty heavily. They've got a hippogriff on the roof. Griffin. It's a griffin. Griffin is the common spelling in Norvikian, although griffin, griffin, and griffin can appear in various places across Dimenorian lands. Whatever. Don't think there's magical locks, though. That's usually hard for places with a lot of movement going on. The Goblin's Quincy. You sure know a lot about security, kid. In response, the kid looks around. My brother works at a locksmith. He does arcane locks. What are you gonna do? We just need to sneak in when it's dark, locate the safe, and crack it. It's apparently hidden behind a mirror. The info wasn't very specific, but hey, how many mirrors can they have, right? The boys silently, intensely glance around the roller mill. Like I said, Dad doesn't want me to skip onto the streets at night, so I'm gonna skip. Isn't stealing illegal? Yeah, Sten, it is. Don't be pussies. Their leader gave a frustrated groan. This is the real deal. We can make a difference. Rolo, I don't think it's a good idea. You know what free striders do? Litigation, litigation, litigation. I agree, it's a bad idea. Damn it. He then turns to you and opens his mouth, then he closes it and shakes his head. Sneaking in and stealing sounds honorable, but you should really do it if it's a free strider joint. Well, screw it, we'll make up some excuse, but that sucks. Unless the cleric here wants to do it, then sure, we'll skip. Where did you say the free strider contract was? Ascani Reach trade codes on Waterlane View, next to the warehouse and the bookbinder. Yeah, it seems like we've gotten the safe or something, probably hidden. I believe in you. Your companion rubs his eyes. He's trying not to come up with all his strength. I'll get you that contract. Awesome. What? Awesome. I am. I'm intrigued, but we'll see if I'm able to get it. Sure, I mean, if you can, that'd be awesome. Don't get caught or anything. If you do, you don't know us. Cool, I'll return. Okay. Good luck, Earth be blessed. That's chill? Is that a quest I took on? Ah, the Norvikian Resistance. I don't care for it, but I'll do anything I can at the current moment to sabotage the Free Striders. A long way to fall. Luckily, you've done it before. Luckily, if you busted your ass on the ladder before. Well, have I gone in here yet? Oh, right, I gotta do it again. Pick the lock. Oh! Yes. Your fingers work the mechanism with precision. Click, click, click. The lock gives way and the door swings open. You see nothing but black. Can't see a damn thing in here. Navigate. You stumble inside, carefully allowing your vision to get used to the complete darkness of this underground. Storage chamber? Office space? Feel your way through. Cool. You move slowly, hands outstretched. Your fingers brush against the walls, around obstacles. Eventually, your eyes adjust to the faint light from the doorway. You can make out shapes now. Careful, cleric. Broken crates, scattered papers, a complete mess. And on the floor, shattered glowstones. They must have fallen from the ceiling when the tea shop exploded. Push forward. You wade through the debris. This place feels abandoned for some time. Dust covers everything. What a dump. You sift through the papers and crates. Most of it is worthless. Old receipts, inventory lists, but then you find something. A notice. Official letterhead. Notice of termination. Collective action violation. You scan the text. The roller mill owner fired everyone. They tried to form an ASCIL union. All workers dismissed, effective immediately. Brutal. That explains why this place is empty. The owner shut down rather than deal with the organized labor. Typical. The workers deserve better. They did. But the world rarely gives people what they deserve. Tale as old as time. Or at least as old as the factory work. It's bourgeois bullshit all the way to the top. Bourgeois? He's showing his bleeding heart. You getting political with me, Snell? It's awful. He shakes his head. Ignore me. I'm getting tired here. You continue deeper into the chamber. At the back, you find an office. The owner's private space. Check the desk. Approach the desk. Old papers, ledgers, more termination notices. And then a drawer. Locked, but poorly. The drawer's lit. Snell hates the bourgeoisie. Inside lies a smooth stone, one with several faces adorned on its side. It pulses faintly with esoteric energy. A magic item. You pick it up carefully. The Sending Pebble. A Sending Pebble. A magic item capable of casting a weak version of the Sending spell, only reaching targets within a kilometer, due to it not requiring a receiving magic item, unlike a regular Sending Stone. It's exceedingly expensive and rare. Oh shit, these are expensive. You slip the pebble into your pouch. Time to leave. This place has given you all it can. I'm not finding anything else in here. Let's go. You make your way back through the darkness. What a delve. What a deluge. +1 wisdom, +1 charisma! Ooh. The cost and spell slot required of sending has created many off-brand versions capable of short-distance messaging. During the Coast War, the Arcanist forces were often equipped with the so-called Pebble with this so-called pebble, a stone capable of casting, sending in a familiar target within a kilometer. You hold up the pebble. Please don't bother anyone with that, cleric. You think about who you could send the message to. There are a few targets you had in mind. Hey, Atir, what you doing? So I can use this to send messages to people? You can! The Pebble of Sending is a powerful magic item, not quite as versatile as the Stone of Sending. The difference being the stone can send anyone on the current plane of existence. The Pebble has limited to 1 mile. Doesn't exactly run out of charges, so use it as much as you want, then sell it later. Put the Pebble back in your pouch. Very funny. Of course I'm gonna equip the bastard over the flower crown at the current moment. Ooh, +1 to wisdom, +1 charisma. 21 charisma me, folks. 21 charisma me. I'm not picking a fight with the lobster. I'm not gonna pick a fight with the lobster. It's not gonna happen. I'm just not gonna pick a fight with the lobster. I'm not gonna do it. It's just not, no, we're not picking a fight with the lobster. I already snuck past the hippogriff once. You think they'll let me do it again? Oh, there's the Ascani Reach Trading Company. Alright, I'd like to talk to you. Since we're here in Water Lane, we also need to talk to the scholar, Appledent. Oh. Open at sundown, indeed. Let's talk to Appledent real quick. Click, click, click. Hey, I'm being targeted. We were attacked by an assassin. Seemed like a cult thing. Yeah. Had his iron mask on. Real creepy. Ah! Cults are not as common these days, but a few still spring up from time to time, of course. What'd the mask look like? Green? Oxidized copper, maybe? Definitely esoteric. And a dagger. A wavy yellow thing. Basically, he ran at us and tried to stab us, and, well, something magical was going on, too. Then he got away before we could get answers, after he failed to kill us, or at least the cleric. Huh. Well, not a cultist. No? Doesn't sound like it. Not any organized thing, at least. Sounds more like some lone actor. Cultists move in groups. They kidnap rather than kill. They wear matching uniforms like some fucking theater performance. From all the cults I know of, Eseth's Dragon Cult and the Cult of Elemental Evil, the various Titan cults, and all the borderline cults for the evil walking gods. This could be a new one, or some minor cult history is overlooked. More likely this is a radicalized spellcaster, or a follower of some magical creature. If he's draped up in some magic gear, it's most likely a professional hit. Does anyone want you dead? Clearly. No clue why, though. The halfling barely listens to your comment and touches his mustache. Perhaps a warlock? The goblin winces at hearing the word. But for what patron? A fey creature? Some aberration? Who knows? You should be careful, though. That kind of magic is deadly at best. Right. Good info. Slightly horrifying, but good info. We'll keep that in mind if we run into him again. You do that. My tip? Strike before he gets off any dark magic on you. As the old legionaries say, rather a blade in the belly than a curse on the balls. He laughs. Someone's out there trying to kill you, and he's laughing. Someone's out there trying to kiss you, and they're laughing. Entrance to the Ascani Reach Trading Company. Do I have to sneak by again? I don't. Omega lol. Me when I sneak by once? Avakin's dock worker. Exiled dwarf, level 1 proletariat. A guy, dwarf, average height, collected, down to earth, true to his feelings, decent, smart, chill, cool, nice to animals, not much else to do. Born from the strings of fate, the fair era remnant tyrants smile upon his step for some very, very, very strange reason. This dwarf, if handed an object with a destiny set in stone, could automatically create phrase, chaos, madness, a new chance to roll the die. What the fuck? A good hatch? You approach the goods hatch. This is very small goods hatch. This whole building appears to have been repurposed into a warehouse, otherwise making it this tiny would have been very silly. Don't think the free striders will be too happy with someone sneaking in through the roof. Goblin squats down, grabs the rusty hang locks. But damn, look at this rusty thing. They really don't value security around here. Sweet. With just a bit of finesse, the locks crack open. Quite literally, this rusty piece of shit won't ever close again. There we go. Great job. You peek inside, you see a rope attached to the wood, tumbling down into the open space below. Sweet! Then we can actually climb back up. Didn't think of that. Let's see how well this rope holds. Okay, let's fucking sneak in, then. Several potion boxes are marked with a tiny bird symbol. One of these potions looks esoteric. Potion of healing, but nothing else on the side of the bottle is fascinating. 2d4 plus 2, a standard potion of healing. The label says Hexbrew Incorporation 6 PW. Not too bad, I'd say. Oh, crate with a rhythmic thumping noise coming from the inside. That's a rat folk in there. I got a perfect roll on him. Not an alignment roll, though. 16 dex. Level 1 entrepreneur, bird folk. It's just a crate, right? But what's that rhythmic thumping noise? You're kidding. The bird is actually the tea shop owner. He's... Come on, really? This must be the silliest, most idiotic and plain stupid plan you've ever enacted. If he is one of those bird people who are able to survive without food or water for weeks. Alright, listen up. The bird's inside the crate. The bird's inside the crate. And once you get it open, you'll be in for an interrogation, so be ready. He'll try to talk himself out of it, but don't worry about that. Just focus on getting him to tell you the actual truth. Be rough or smooth, it doesn't matter. Well? What the fuck, dude? Hit me. There he is! What's he doing in here? What the fuck is this guy doing in here? Yeah, you could eat a couple. I could eat 4 of them, even. I could eat 9 apples if I really wanted. Tiny bikes! You stare at the rack of hanging tiny bikes, some of them very tiny. Pocket bikes, the dream of every kid. These are extremely expensive. If they work, few pocket bikes are functional these days. Look, Snell, it's a bike for you! I really like these bikes. I'm sure you do. I'm assuming they're broken anyhow. They'd never leave actual functioning pocket bikes in a place like this. Way too expensive. Snell looks around. Where's that rhythmic thumping noise coming from? Focus on that instead. Try touching one of the tiny bikes. A quick tap reveals the lack of any esoteric tingle. The bikes are unusable, permanently stuck in their tiny form. Probably why they're here, covered in dust. Can I ride one of these things? Unless you're the size of a goblin with a reduced spell cast on him, no. You look like a jester, but not in a good way. Fuck, I wanted the tiny bike. Oh, hammer. Some hammers could be useful. Ah! Advantage in situations where you might need a hammer. That a weapon? It is a weapon. That's funny. I'd rather the dex and wisdom for now. Expensive potion. Too far away. Fucking god. Huge scrolls from Divinity Torum. And enhance ability? That's a 2nd level spell. Transmutation, concentration up to 4 hours, and touch. Tapping into animalistic spirit energy, you enhance your mental and physical abilities until the spell ends. You gain proficiency in all ability scores, and the ability scores you already have proficiency in, you gain expertise, double proficiency. Dang. That's 60 crowns. That's a sallet. 2 dex minus 2 strength. I'll wear it. You pick up the polished Celette helmet. Sand flowing from its orifices. But before you remove it from the box entirely, you see something shift in the sand in the crate. Huh. Dodge the sand. In a heartbeat, or faster, you pull back your gloved hand. You watch as the sand attempts to rush forward. The shape of it's like slithering esoteric creature and just barely graze you before slinking back into the box. Then the sand goes still once more. Hey, Jack, what's up, man? Look at it. Nice job. But yeah, this sand isn't really sand. Good job getting that helmet, though. It looked really nice. Snell rushes forward with the lid in his hand. He shuts it with a satisfying thud. Good gods, I hate mosquito sand. Mosquito what? It doesn't matter. Just don't touch it anymore, okay? Alright, I'll leave this thing be. Oh. Ah, let's get weak. Let's get weak on it, lads. A helm that provides a balanced combination of defense and mobility. Often used by ranged troops on the west coast, it is still a mainstay in any other archer division across the coast. Primarily because of the hundreds of thousands of esoterically rust-free Sallets left in caches after the war. Wait, is it called a sallet or a sallet? Or is it a sallet? Those Diminorians sure could never get their tongues in order. I have 4 strength, minus 3 check, dude. But 14 dex! The bird fucker isn't... What's he fucking doing in there? Door to the port. I'm not getting out of here that way. Alright, get it open. Crate with a rhythmic thumping noise coming from inside. You approach one of the many large crates in the warehouse. Why is there a rhythmic thumping noise here? Not too much, just got back from math class. We're learning about logs. Oh, logarithms, you say? I see. Is it coming from inside the box? He's inside. Look at the crate. You spot a label. It says AR Ankig Exoskeleton Export. Ankig, an ambush predator insectoid, usually very large and deadly. They are hunted for sport in the Scani wilds, and their chitin is exported around the coast for various craft and esoteric applications. Air holes. You hear that noise? I do. He points to the side of the crate. He shows you a strange expression. His face says, be careful, I think we've got something here. Yeah, he wants you to open the crate, obviously. Knock on the crate. As you do, the drumming noise stops. Then after a short break, it starts up again. Your companion gives you a tired shrug. Come on. Hello? After you speak, the drumming noise stops. Then after a short break, it starts up again. Open the crate. -3. Oh, that hurt. With a tight grip, you press hard. It's difficult. Even the goblin is strained to put his measly body weight into it. But you rip open the side of the crate. And inside, a fucking bird person. I can explain. Dunk dunk. You watch the wingless crow-looking creature scramble to compose himself. Drummer. This is Yobokodori, often shortened to just Yobu. Yobokodori, a birdfolk creature cursed to wander without wings or a voice of their own. They have the esoteric ability to mimic any sound they've heard. They originate from certain mountains in Yim. Yobokodori, a birdfolk that all the other birdfolk despise. They've got no wings and have to speak by copying others. A very impressive, albeit cursed, ability. The birdman lets out a strange throat noise that makes a series of nervous chuckles. He's inside of a shipping crate marked for export. He's clearly trying to flee the law. Maybe he has good reason to escape. Is the fellow in danger? You would have done the same in his shoes, hopefully. Explain it quickly. Dunk, yes. I'm just inspecting the wares. Warehouse wares, Dunk. What's that sound? What, Dunk? That. I'm not. Dunk. Threaten him for the truth. Catch him in the lie. So you're inspecting wares, are you? Yes. I'm a local. He stopped, shifting his tone deeper. Local entrepreneur. He's trying to assert himself by sounding like a tough guy. The AR, they're my supplier. For tea and sometimes coffee. That deep voice, it's making you falter. Don't mess with him. So you're inspecting goods. No. Does the trade company know about you being here? What kind of goods are we talking about here? Coffee, isn't that illegal? It's not. Difficult to get, but not illegal. What kind of goods are we talking about here? He grabs a scale of Ankig exoskeleton from inside the crate. I have a great plan. I'm planning on renovating my shop with these. Protection. Reach forward and touch the exoskeleton plate. Your hands glide over it. The bird stares at you as you caress the chitin in his claw. Dunk. Renovating with what? Chitin? Uh-huh, he says, sounding like a young, naive kid. Nuh-uh. He's lying. Behold success. Why is your voice so weird? Why do I have a feeling I shouldn't cast Charm Person? Because Charm Person only makes him treat you like a friend, and this bird does not treat his friends with the truth. Sadly, you do not have time to go prepare it. It is prepared, brother. I could grease him. For some reason, they're gonna let me grease him. That's fucked up. Why are they gonna let me grease him? I'm not gonna grease him. Who are you voting for in the election? Oh! I vote for the same party as you. Which is... You sound like that... Oh, gods. You don't seem like an asshole. Oh. Very green. Good. Great choice, my man. You get a feeling he probably uses that sound every time someone tries to talk politics with him at the tea shop. Should I threaten this guy or something else? He seems pretty threatening himself, so maybe not. He sure talks a lot for someone without a voice, but he sucks at lying. The bird's pretty quick. You gotta catch up if you want to find a way to twist reality out of him. Beware, failure here means you're debasing yourself. Are you aware that your tea shop exploded? What? He knows. The bird mimics the sound of a young, shocked man. Bad sound to pick, he almost sounds sarcastic. What a horrible and shocking revelation. He's struggling to put together cohesive sentences. That's like his nervous tick when his sentence gets twisted like that. Tell me what happened on the morning it blew up. It was all normal. Empty tea shop all morning. I had business on Water Lane over noon. Been busy since then. This is a big shock. You have any enemies, Mr. Drummer? Nah, everyone has... People tend to dig me, you know? Sure. Does this bird ever say anything true? He's genuinely slippery. One greased up magpie motherfucker. Greased up, you say? You didn't hear an explosion? Sorry? Goes of a claw on the side of his head. This bird fuck is clearly messing with you. Either that, or he's the most awful compulsive liar you ever met. You see your companion rub his eyes. Stop messing around, this is serious. Yes, I understand. You've been down here for how long? I am inspecting many wares. Yobu birdfolk are able to survive for up to 2 months without sustenance. Yeah, these types of mimic birds are known for being able to just hide in a hole for a very, very long time. You're pretty bad at your job, Mr. Drummer. Sorry for being pretty bad at inspection, and I try my best. Well, now you know. Awful news. I didn't even have no insurance, sadly. You got something to ask him, Snell? Nah, he's clearly telling us everything. Sarcasm warning. You hear the bird let out a hearty laugh. No worries! I'll be back on my feet. Always do. Caught his nervous tick. Why's your voice so weird? I am Yobu. Yobu Kadori. The voice leaves the bird's throat like a drum on fire. That's birdfolk from Yin, then. Ah, yeah. Yobu, we've got no voice of our own. You know, us oppressed folks need to stick together so we can find our voice together. That's what democracy is all about. The bird glares at you, no expression in its expressionless face. Dunk. Alright, catch him in the lie. As shrimple as that, folks. Smooth, now. Just continue the convo and slip in the question. Good, good. By the way, I gotta ask, which crate were you inspecting when the explosion happened? It was other one. The one with potion. He stops. Gotcha. Hello, cat lover. No, I meant... I can't take that back, Mr. Drummer. Your lives have been eviscerated by my impeccable wit and rakishness. You're taking it a bit too far, cleric. He gives Drummer a frown. Just spill the fucking beans already. Dunk. Now hit him with the big question. Who blew up the tea shop, Mr. Drummer? Okay, okay. The Birdman repeats twice, with the voice of a shrill woman. I'll tell you everything. Start talking then. I'm running a business on the side. Import, export, smuggling. How's that? Keep going. Free Striders, my supplier. They set up a meeting on that day. I left the tea shop behind, went to check on wares, that's true. Did you know beforehand that I was going to explode? Nope. Dunk duck. It was in the warehouse. Here. I hear explosion, then I hear Free Striders talking about it upstairs. So I hide in here, waiting for the boat, to get away from HWBT and Free Striders and the rest of this bloody mess. Snell, the HWBT didn't know about the smuggling stuff, right? Why are you afraid of the HWBT? They will give me punished if they find out about my little secret. Dunk. Possibly, the old lady won't take kindly to having a smuggling operation going on right under her nose. The HWBT didn't know about the smuggling stuff, right? Not to my knowledge, no. God damn. This sounds entirely like a Free Strider extension. Typical. How are Free Striders connected with this? They set it up. They set me up. How am I doing, cat lover? I'm not doing too bad. I had access to the secret tunnel under the temple. They forced me... I had to. Tell me about the meeting. It was... He seemed to stop for a moment, contemplating his next mimicry carefully. At noon, informed broker, a foreign woman. She was selling something to the Free Striders. Hello, Alexa. She was in the tea shop when I left. Tell me more. I don't know much. The voice he's mimicking displays way more confidence than his body language admits. I didn't know her name. She would hang out with the dwarves sometimes. Dwarves, huh? You should go have a chat with them about that. Who was she meeting with? A Free Strider freelancer. A freelance hag. Added. The hag. A hag, a spellcaster focused on communing with powerful primal and esoteric forces, always feminine, often employed as freelancers. They're very common around the coast ever since the MHR initiative during the Coast War. He starts flapping his arms, as if he had wings. That's it! She, the hag, she did it! She blew up my tea shop! Typical, he says, imitating Snell's voice and giving him a nod. Don't do that. But he's right. If there's a rogue hag running around, some esoteric bullshit is sure to follow. Esoteric bullshit is whenever the weird, unstable magic around Jor's coast makes things a bit too wacky. People tend to say this. We'll need to follow up. Do you know where the hag is? No, don't know. Ask the Free Striders. That's all I know. Where do you store these smuggled goods? In the secret tunnel. And how do I gain access to the secret tunnel? He's very reluctant to share. You've broken him enough. He'll spill the beans on this too. Well, go on. Entrance from tea shop might be broken. There is hidden entrance from Temple of Earth. A hidden entrance in the temple? Yeah. You can find it along the right side window. Move rocks. Just enter that large chamber, then go right. Can't miss it. Move rocks? Yeah. Loose stone tiles on the floor by the window, middle of the wall to the right. Could you explain it without the strange voice mimicry? No. Look, I don't have the greatest sense of geographic sensory perception or whatever. Can you describe this in some form of other type of non-verbal communication? Bird stares at you for several seconds, then he performs a series of movements with his little talon hands. Using precise motions, he visualizes the Temple of Earth, a big square. Then he shows you very clearly that there are 2 specific tiles found in the floor along the right wall. These 2 stone tiles can be pried open to reveal a staircase down to the place he's describing. Alright. What's protocol now? Protocol? If he's trying to leave the city, taking his sit-reg would be a good start. Sit-reg, short for Citizens Registry, usually carried in the form of a small piece of paper, can be used to freely travel and align ports across the coast. I'm sure the old lady would love to have a word with him. What's your plan now, Birdman? I will leave. I have business in Reeds, big business. But if you leave now, you won't be able to vote in the election. Yeah, that is, regretfully. The bird stares at you, looking uncomfortable. And you're sure you've told me everything you can? Yes, please. I'm in trouble, but I did nothing wrong. The goblin. Let's see your paper, citizen. The bird fiddles with a satchel, a worn piece of paper, his claws hold it forth, Citizen Registry. As you hold it up to the helmet, the bird makes the rhythmic thumping noise a few more times. Inspect the papers. You turn it over in your hands, the paper is thick. It says Drummer Yimling. Nose from Yim. It's one of the many substitute surnames given to folk who don't have the surname customs. Born 010102 PE. Bet he picked 02 as his birth year just to avoid it looking like a fake. I'll keep these. Don't leave the city, Mr. Drummer. Ah, okay. Good idea, Snell whispers to you. You can always drop them off at Lady Sageleaf, she'd appreciate it. The Birdman looks nervous. But I leave warehouse? Should I contain this guy? It would take time to do so. Annoying. Boring. He shrugs. You can go. Alright, thank you. The voice sounds sarcastic. The Birdman starts to shuffle towards the stairs. Good luck out there, Mr. Drummer. Without stopping, you hear him mutter out in a shrill voice. You too, cleric. As the Birdman leaves the warehouse, you hear a faint rhythmic sound follow him out. Dunk. I wonder what he'll do. Is it okay to have him running around? Not like we've got a jail to toss him in. I mean, you do, but then you'd have to go do that. Sounds like a pain to just catch a lying bird. Going all the way to the stockade to do all the paperwork and document all the evidence. Take a full day if you're lucky. You happy I took his papers? Happy isn't the right word, but Sageleaf might be slightly less pissed this way in the short term. Having to deal with that bird sure is a headache. You believe anything he said? Sure. Certain he believes he's a victim here. I'm inclined to say the same. Somewhat. And he did not blow up the tea shop, not with the smuggling stuff going on. We need to check out the tea shop properly ASAP and then check up on that info broker. As soon as possible. Silly modern slang. Also a popular brewery in the Log District called Arnold's Sleepy Armageddon Place, and that's not a joke. Nice VTuber? Thank you, cat lover. She had a connection with the Asgulls in the tea shop. She also had a meeting with the Freestriders. Feels like she's a string connecting every fucking party in the city. What a fucking mess. Let's get out of here. Got that fucking bird. Ruffled feathers indeed. So, you took the bird's papers. Made him stick around with the snakes. I sure did. Oh boy, look. It's time to establish some baseline, okay? First of all, immigration is good. What? Immigration. It's a net positive for a modern society for Norvik. Yeah, it's true, but what's that got to do with freedom of movement? It's literally the most fundamental policy of the Freestrider bloc. In the real old days, the only people with resources to travel would be the aristocrats of societies. In the real early days, that'd be the top dragon servants, the top slaves. An old derogatory for humans. Then, during the last few centuries, that changed. The average person suddenly got the ability to move, on a societal scale. Sure, but also in the geographical sense. Each of the Arcanist splinters dealt with it in different ways, but in general, especially once the Coast War broke out for real, all the borders got real tight. A shoot-on-sight type policy wasn't uncommon. That's shit. Real shit. Agreed, borders are bullshit. Real bullshit. Let's go over the facts here. The number one cause of starvation, poverty, and economically related suffering is the general lack of prosperity. Historically, it's understandable why peasants and kings or early Arcanists didn't really get this, because they just didn't have any reference point. If things were always terrible, you wouldn't even know what good is, right? Then comes industry, mass production, both esoteric stuff, access to free food, healing services, teleportation, the fundamentals, textile factories, metal refining, transportation. All of it giving way to an unprecedented amount of prosperity for everyone. It's like cheating in the economy. Everybody gets rich all of a sudden, even the old aristocrats. So then you have the question of nation-states, of borders. You can make an argument that freedom of movement goes against certain ideals of nationalism, sure. You can't completely lock your own people away from others. You can't stay out of the global trade, you lose the authoritarian touch. In return, you get a super magical economic boost, one that helps everyone. You know those Asgulls that hate Freestriderism so much? This is the point where they all shut the fuck up and sit down. Because Asgullism didn't make anything better. Not anywhere near the degree that opening the markets did. Locking down your borders, not allowing trade, people, labor, goods, and services to flow at the behest of benevolent invisible hand? That's literally the arbitrarily making your people, all your people, objectively less wealthy, and people a lot hungrier, just for some dumb ego trip. Thus, immigration is fucking great. And anyone who disagrees is a fucking idiot. Hello, Kai. Norvikian Industries. Immigration is amazing, but only for Folkarian reasons. We should help people in need of sharing our wealth. Balanced amounts is great, but too much will create strife. Immigration is a tool the bourgeois used to slow down wage increases and dilute working class solidarity. Immigration is a threat. No, immigration destroys nations. It destroys people. Just because old Demeter blew up and the reeds took its place as a messed up coagulation of all the broken survivors, doesn't mean the rest of the coast has to align with a strange, whatever you say is good. Immigration is a tool the bourgeois used to slow down wage increases and dilute working class solidarity. Wow, big Asgol brain man over here. Using fancy words and everything. I'm half dwarf, brother. The working class has been systemically lifted out of extreme poverty, all thanks to this oh-so-oppressive capital. Just change your username. After the Coast War, there were two roads. One led them all turning back into peasants, the other incredible industrial prosperity. Hey, Alex. You're on that second road now, and the Asgols want to drag you kicking and screaming into the first. So anyway, yeah. Making Drummer stay when he clearly wanted to get out? Shit move. Just a straight-up asshole move. But you can clearly learn a lot from that bird. He's got the infectious paranoia about him. Huh. Oh shit, your stomach's upset. The bird. Yeah? The bird is a survivor. That is his legacy. More than that, he really had one hell of a way to handle himself. Ignoring the shitty escape attempt, you saw how he danced around your questions? Seriously, maybe it's a racial thing, but he read the room just as well as he recorded those voices. Honestly, both of those are damn true. Take any lesson you want from him, that bird's got game. And remember, immigration is good. Come on, relax, it'll all be debating. Focus on the choices. Infectious paranoia. Tell me more about infectious paranoia. Be ready for anything. The world could fall apart any second, the walls could implode, your dreams shattered. When that happens, you get ready to run. Leave the city in a crate, ship yourself to Heiji, whatever it takes to get away from any of those pesky consequences. Advantage on initiative rolls is not a bad pick. That is true. Survival of the fittest. You live through it all. Advantage on death saving throws goes crazy. And reading the room? You want to say the right thing, right? Make the right choices? Yeah, might help to give a quick glance around the room first. Advantage on behold checks. Infectious paranoia goes crazy, dude. Advantage on initiative rolls, saving throws, death saving throws, and advantage on behold checks. Go for it. Read the room, survival of the fittest, infectious paranoia. Initiatives could be good because advantage on initiative roll would be good because I get owned in combat. Advantage on death saving rolls is also really good, but I'm gonna read the room just to stay in line. Great! No excuses now. Time to understand people so you can control them like sheep. Indeed. That's reading the room, folks. We also got another one? Oh yeah, the election. I forgot. Alright, we're gonna read the oh, and we leveled up as well. Look at us, dude. Look at us. Alright. We can take a charisma proficiency and another intelligence proficiency. I'm gonna boost my wisdom though, or my dex. I'm gonna boost my wisdom. Nah, I should boost my intelligence. Ah, fudge. I want my charisma to be a flat 20. That'll be nice. Well, I'm getting the book soon. Nah, just give me the wisdom. Just give me the wisdom point, man. I got a third spell slot. Oh, fuck, dude. We're such a powerful wizard. We're such a powerful fucking wizard, dude. Maybe I should be boosting my intelligence. Alright, we also got election week. You've expressed some opinions lately. I have. Now you will listen to true reason. You see, what all this has been is an opportunity. One to share this tumultuous part of yourself with others. So now that part lives out there. It will stay there for some time, collectivizing into the zeitgeist, growing, decaying, until it festers into an unimaginable beast of bureaucracy. That, in its nature, is an election. A general election of leadership and governance. It is, of course, a complete farce. Why is it a farce? Because no one seeks answers, only power. The True Order was corrupted and betrayed a long time ago. What's the True Order, then? During the Arcane Era, it was men who rose above all else. Wizards with unimaginable power used a perfect system of meritocracy to lift themselves up and build empires. These great men fell when the rules betrayed them. Their power stifled, their minds corroded, the Coast War was bloody, and sealed the fate of this order. I really hope we can return to that great order. They deserve to fall. They were tyrants. Tyrants, you say? No. If you look upon history with meek eyes, you will see these men could have been tyrants, all of them philosopher kings. Why do I feel the need to ask strangers about their voting choices all the time? Because of your intellectual curiosity. Keep asking, eventually their weak facade will fall off, the truth being only a disappointing allegory for morality. Mortality. The search for agency, for meaning. You know it well. No. What you do is seek support. Your brothers and sisters have different thoughts than yourself, you wish to mingle yours with theirs. That is healthy. You ask for lots of different reasons. Number one being because democracy is exciting. The New World is exciting. Vote Free Strider March 27, 27 PE. Attempt to ask yourself for real this time, what should I vote for in the election? Ask. Do this, receive an answer. But do not regret your inquiry. But seriously, what should I vote for? Being blunt is healthy. As such, you should listen to the following well. There's no good choice here. None whatsoever. Fuck it, what about the goddamn Ascalists? If a dozen dwarves knocked on your door and asked you to hand over all your wealth with the promise that it would be returned when you really needed it, would you trust them? Fuck yeah, I love dwarves. That is how they get you. You see, Asgal was a simple underground dwarven male born during the Divine Era. He was a dwarf who came from nothing but resentment and anger. It's not clear whether or not he was truly a demigod, but in his death he had left a ruined empire in his wake, millions starving, 1,000-year legacy of dwarven history destroyed. He wanted to take the amazing riches gathered by many dynasties of the Lower Empire and simply hand them out to the population. An idealistic revolutionary. Some see him as a precursor to the Free Strider movement, but in comparison, miraculously, the Free Striders look somewhat competent. The dwarves beneath Ascani never recovered from Asgal. Today his followers are known as exiles, since they are not allowed to even mention his foul name underground. Yet here in our city, we allow Asgalists to gather and share their toxic ideal freely? We are lucky they do not have the same kind of backing the Free Striders have. That would be the end of everything you hold dear. Interesting perspective. It's the truth, nothing but the truth. What about the Arcanists? It doesn't exist. Or rather, it might as well not. You know of Old Man Prax and his gathering of so-called wizards. However, branding a political party around it abhorring an ideology of the previous era is not an intelligent idea. Add to that the Old Man Prax's imbilic behavior, and you've got a failed party for idiots. Alright, how about the Nationalists? The Nationalist Party of Norvik is a stale relic of theocracy and bureaucratic fascism. Fascism being an ideology of nationalism born during the fall of the magocracies in Old Dimenor. The term originates from the Gnomish fascio, which means something akin to a collection of warriors. Ever since their demigod Earth died, they've been about as efficient as a dwarf on a bicycle. The city decaying so much in these decades, they willingly organized an election. A bicycle is a tool for the common man to reach distances effectively and safely, an invaluable tool for an egalitarian society. It is as if they subconsciously understand their decadence, crafting exactly what they deserve, like a weak man who smiles as his wife crushes his ego day after day. The Nationalists are ruining this fine city. Agreed, but in what way? They're weak. They ruin it with non-humans. They are weak. They won't put me. They're weak. There is more to it than that, but yeah, I could vote for the Free Striders, and allow the opportunists of New Dimenor strangle this ancient city even more so. They already own most of it. Giving them de jure power would not change much. I agree, but it doesn't matter how much they promise to keep Norvik independent. If they win, they'll surely incorporate it into their free city agreement. At first, through legal loopholes, then through the guise of increasing wealth, then by simple lack of animosity among the populace. The Free Strider Revolution is a poison. It's already in your veins. So I shouldn't vote at all? That's up to you. It would certainly be cowardly to not make a decision at all, and might even anger many, although being apolitical would certainly allow you to circumvent many disrupting situations. Truly, it's up to you. Though remember, it is intellectually dishonest to take a position of neutrality due to fear of saying the wrong thing, as it is to take a position of your own gain. A true genius speaks true, listens, then speaks again. Fine, then I'm ready. Social democracy is the only ideology that does not trample upon the safety of the working person. Asgalism as it appears in Norvik is good, true good. You're forgetting about one. Tell me about the nationalist. Humans first. Follow in Earth's legacy. Nationalism gives me extra proficiency in roles when speaking with humans. Tell me about the free striders. Free trade, prosperity, democracy. In short, good shit. Gain a 10% additional discount in all purchases. Tell me about the Asgalists. For your brothers and your sisters, for everyone below you, to flatten this uneven city, to make everything just and good. It's a simple dream, as Gaelism. Whenever you take damage, move one step forward on a secret 3-step counter. On step 1, a theses. D20 die is thrown. On step 2, if the damage you took is higher than the theses die, an antithesis, D4 die is thrown. On step 3, the damage you took is lowered either by 1 or by the antithesis die. If you rolled 1 during step 2, this is synthesis somehow. The next time you take damage, return 1. What the fuck? I get it. Yeah, you do. It's a good choice for Norvik. And the Arcanists? A magocracy. Led by you, the greatest wizard on the coast. When you use up your last spell slot of any level, you roll a 1d100. If the result is lower than your natural intelligence, you regain that spell slot. Tell me more about the Agrarians, the way of the earth, hungry. Whenever you pick up food, you roll a 1d20. If you get 16 or higher, you get an additional food. And the apolitical? Objectively smart, be whatever you want to be to win. Increase proficiency of rolls by 1. This amount is increased to 10 on any election day. I'm ready. It rumbles. Give me the Asgalism. You will make the world better. You feel a great deal of knowledge from dealing with this burning question in your heart. Good talk. Alright, nice job, folks. We're slowly kicking off these quests. I will have to choose this. I have too many feats chosen. I'll have to get rid of one. Advantage on Behold checks. The amount of spells. Increased extra percent saving throws targets also to do. This one is too good to pass up. God Emperor Wizard. When speaking with feminine characters, I will forego the advantage on Behold checks for now. And I am an Asgalist. I'm a God Emperor Wizard, Democratic Herald Asgalist, brother. I don't know how to read that one, but it's about combat, so... Dude, I do be floating. I do be floating on it. Alright. Oh, God in heaven. Oh, God. Look at my fucking stats, dude. There's still that heavy table to be flipped inside the tea shop. Bring Snell, he should be able to help. He ain't gonna help me at all, man. That shit's gonna kill me. Alright, everybody. That was a slick 4.5 hours of Esoteric Ebb, and something tells me we're not even halfway through the game. Fuck yes, dude. It's so good. I'm having such a good time with it. This is gonna be it for me tonight. I will see everybody tomorrow morning for... What are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow morning for Pentiment. We're back again with Pentiment. I hope everybody has a good rest of their night. I will see you all tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye, everybody. Have a good night. Johnny! Bye-bye.